Great job.
I tell you, anytime you let the boss try to do something, I should have kept him out of the meeting.
So you can, if you're host for the rest of the meeting, you can remain host or you can give it back to Gunnar.
Okay, so now I can get out of YouTube.
And you've got me down as a host as well, Janet.
Well, I'm trying. I've got to redo it now. There,
Okay.
hang on. And for this meeting, I need to make Nathan. And I'm going to go ahead and add Karen so that I don't forget.
Okay.
Okay, and then I got to make okay. All right, I think that we are ready to go.
Okay. I want to welcome everybody to the July 13th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I will be the chairman of tonight's meeting. I want to make a few introductions of those folks that are on the Zoom meeting with us this evening. I have Nathan Reasons, who is the vice chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Gunnar Hand, who is director of land use and urban planning, Janet Parker, who you will be hearing a lot from tonight, is the executive assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. Patrick Waters, the Unified Government Legal Counsel, is also with us. Got the following Board of Zoning Appeals commissioners are present: Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauley, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner Karen Jones, Commissioner Mark Mueller, and Commissioner Joanne Huey. Also have with us tonight from the Public Works Department, Sarah Schaefer. I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Janet Parker, who will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome those present and participating by telephone or Zoom to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the members are participating remotely by phone or Zoom. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Please don't get up and walk around. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, you must raise your hand feature. When speaking, you need to wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Board members, use the raise your hand feature to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak and after being recognized by the chairman. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. Due to the format, the chairman will recognize those that want to speak. If you have called in by telephone only, or if you are having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wycokck.org and let Secretary Parker know which application you wish to speak on with your phone number so she can relay to the chairman. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them by the chairman. The staff will make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, we only have one application on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda tonight. That is appeal number 2379, Jose Angel Martinez, for property at 1801 State Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, I see that you're on the Zoom call, so can you hear us okay?
I can.
Okay. Okay, if you would go ahead and it looks like you have two connections. Hopefully you've got one of those turned off because I think we're getting some feedback. But if you go ahead and start off by giving us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Yes. Wow.
Mr. Martinez, you have two different connections. I don't know if you tried to connect by your phone and by your computer, but I think we're getting feedback.
Well, I was having, let me try to turn one off.
Okay, Mr. Martinez. Just need you to unmute yourself, Mr. Martinez.
Okay.
There you
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead and give us your name and address for the record. Tell us about your project.
All right. My name is Jose Angel Martinez, and my address is 10201 Oak Ridge Drive, Overland Park, Kansas. And I'm here to, I filed the appeal on behalf of my client with regards to a staff decision that was made. This is a project that was, that we filed for an appeal for a variance. I can't see anyone. I'm on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure this thing out.
What are you needing to see, Mr. Martinez?
I don't see anybody.
You're fine. We can hear you just fine. We don't need to see you.
Okay. All right. We originally filed in 2015. I'm sorry. In 2016, we filed for a setback waiver, and it was approved. Our site is a very small site, and I showed the problems with trying to meet the current zoning setback requirements. And so the setback waiver was granted. And then between the 2016, when we got the Board of Zoning Appeals approval, it took us practically almost 3 years to get the building permit. In the interim, there were 3 staff changes and re-engineering that was required. In the process, there was a problem with the retaining wall on the south, along the south property line, which divides my client's property from the Smallwood building directly on the south. And despite the claims that Smallwood had made with regards to ownership of that wall, we had a survey done, and the survey proved that the retaining wall was on our property. I proceeded to start the retaining wall, and again, we encountered an obstacle because the Smallwoods objected to it. And so the director of planning at that time was Rob Richardson. So he required, despite the fact that we had been through 3 BZA meetings, all of the issues had been amply raised and discussed. He required us to meet with the Smallwoods. We had to hire attorneys, enter into an easement settlement agreement so that they would allow us to build a retaining wall on our property. In the process, we had to re-engineer the wall because part of the easement agreement required a Smallwood and Richardson requirement that we rebuild the wall according to the existing elevations of the then existing wall. As a result of that decision, we had to re-engineer the retaining wall. The retaining wall originally was designed as a reinforced concrete wall. We had to redesign it because we knew we were going to have problems with the Smallwoods, and so I redesigned it as a gravity wall so that 98% of the work would be done from our property side. Now, in the re-engineering, because of the height that we had to do, we did not have, and because the site is so tight, we could not do the reinforcement of the wall with the geofabric that would normally be done. So the re-engineering required that we use lean concrete as a backfill of the wall to reinforce them. This caused, when we got the building permit and started construction, we did the excavations, and the problem that we encountered was that our south foundation wall, along the south side of the building, of the proposed building, was going to sit on that lean concrete that we had to pour to reinforce the wall. So at that point, I decided to push. We had to re-engineer the foundation, that foundation wall, and we recessed the foundation wall to clear the lean concrete reinforcement. But I left the building footprint exactly the same. So that means that the floor slab was cantilevered. So the building footprint remained the same. There was no increase in area. What we did was we had to recess the foundation wall in order to clear the lean concrete reinforcement for the retaining wall. Now that forced us to push the building apparently allegedly 17 inches towards the east and towards the north. Then a stop work ordered after we had, by the way, we got the permit, we got past all the inspections, excavations, footings, reinforcement, concrete. We poured the slab. we raised the walls.
Mr. Martinez, this
Yes,
is Janet from the planning department. I
yes,
need to let you know that you're already halfway through your time
okay.
and you haven't talked about your appeal.
I know, I'm giving a
Okay.
history
So-
because this is relevant.
You only have 7 minutes left.
Okay. So in the process, we raised the walls and then we were issued a stop work order. The two issues raised in the stop work order was number one by the building department because they thought that I had increased the building footprint. I met with Jim Neath at Building Code, explained the situation, and he said, okay, I'm good with that. The second issue was raised by the engineering department that said that they thought that I had encroached upon the public right of way. I had an as-built survey done by BHC Roads. The as-built survey proved no, there was no encroachment into the public right of way. So the two issues that triggered the stop work order were resolved. Then Rob Richardson, the acting director of planning at that time, decides to step in. And I explained to him that the issues that triggered the stop work order had already been resolved. And then he said, no, but there's a sightline issue. And I said the sightline issue had been amply discussed at the BZA meeting when it was approved. And so it should not even enter into the discussion. Then he said, well, but you moved the building. And I said, yes, I had to move the building. And that does not violate the site plan that was approved by BZA because I did not increase the building area. I did not reduce parking. I did not delete landscaping. All the issues that were discussed and considered at the BZA meeting were not violated. All of it was intact. The issues that had been raised, I addressed them, and it was proven that we were not in violation of either of those. So Mr. Richardson insisted that I moved the building 17 inches and that I violated the site plan that was approved by BZA. Now I have 45 years of professional experience, and I can tell you that this is not the first time that we as architects or contractors, when we encounter a problem on a building line, either because we hit a spring or we hit a rock outcropping, we think we do have the leeway and professional discretion to make those adjustments. I understand what BZA concerns are, and we did not violate any of them. However, Mr. Richardson insisted on the 17 inches. And so I said, well, if the 17 inches is the whole issue, which I don't think there's no legal basis for that. And then I offered, okay, so I'll cut the corner, the 17 inches. And he said, no. So it's obviously, he just was totally immutable. And so he left us no recourse but to file this appeal and hope that you will understand the problems that they're saying that we're causing or that we caused or the alleged issues, which were amply addressed and proven to not be issues.
Okay, sir. So you're saying that you're not in violation of the 17 inches that you're now requesting a variance for?
No.
You're saying it's not needed because you're not in
had,
violation. Is that your contention?
No, I'm saying that I did have adequate professional discretion to move the building as long as I did not encroach on the public right of way or increase the building footprint or violate any of the other requirements of the BZA site plan approval.
And what I'm saying is you feel that you have not violated the 17 inches. You have not violated the public right of way.
Correct.
Okay.
I proved it. I mean, we had a survey done.
Okay. I'm going to go open it up to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Anyone? Okay, seeing no questions, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Pauly. She had her hand up. Excuse me, Commissioner Pauly? I need you to unmute, Commissioner Pauly.
I wanted to clarify this point with the architect that the rough-in inspections were met and received approval through the city up until the point where they built the exterior wall. So nobody from the city caught that there was an issue up until this point. Is that my understanding is correct?
That's correct. And as far as the building walls, the buildings wall were not completely erected, so we hadn't called for the rough-in inspection on the walls yet. But we had all the previous inspections done and approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got a Karen Lauber who has asked to speak on this case. So Karen, if you'd go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, actually, I'm sorry. I'm Karen Lauber, 3120 North 99th Street. I was just messing around with my controls and I apologize. I don't actually have a question on this.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in regards to this case? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting and I will go to Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Land Use for staff comment.
Thank you, Chairman Carson. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think the way that we're interpreting it is the applicant confirmed that he moved the foundation of the building different from the approved site plan from the original Board of Zoning Appeals, which looks roughly something like this. At this location, there is a 0-foot setback right at that point of the building. That would be the farthest north and eastern point of the building here. But when they laid the foundation, it essentially moved south and further east, creating an issue by making this no longer ADA compliant. All the other history was before my time, and we did our research, and I'm not necessarily here to contest that. What I am here to say specifically is he moved the building approximately, based on our calculations, 3 feet to the east and a little bit to the south, creating this ADA non-compliance in the public right-of-way. And that essentially by doing that, we feel that what the original, my interpretation essentially that is being questioned here is that BOZA originally gave him approval for a 0 lot line as approved in those package of materials. And those package of materials includes a site plan that we reviewed. The applicant has provided us a survey, as he mentioned, that shows that it has shifted from that original designed site plan. And again, based on the history of the case and the contention of the property owner to the south, moving it further south and east, part of the reason this went on the way that it did further impacted that sort of input from the public and was a part of the thinking and decision making clearly in the minutes of the BOZA when they set that original 0 setback for that single point, not for, in our interpretation, the entire site. So we would recommend denial.
Okay, questions for the director? I'm going to start off. So Gunnar, can you tell us, there's no way for this intersection here to meet ADA requirements with the building built in its current fashion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
we could move the pole.
Okay. I'm going to go to Commissioner Pauly.
Hi, I think I'm unmuted.
Uh-huh.
To revisit this conversation with Gunnar, is it at all possible for them to just maybe lop off the corner that's closest to the telephone pole to some distance which you would find acceptable? Is that a way to remedy the situation at all?
I think the Board of Zoning Appeals could propose that to the applicant if they so choose. If that's the case, I would also mention the overhang on the south end is another place where we'd want to potentially correct the foundation of the plan. That will effectively reduce the size of the building, which is up to Mr. Martinez.
What is the issue, the second issue you spoke about?
Mr. Martinez outlined, and I don't have any pictures of it in this presentation, but it's in the staff report, I believe. Mr. Martinez mentioned that the footprint of the building, when he shifted it farther south, had to be cantilevered over the foundation because of the existing retaining wall. That is also farther south than what was approved. So it's
Gunnar, for everyone's clarification, would you explain what cantilever is?
Oh, let me see if I could annotate. I could show you. I can't annotate.
It's really just where the building hangs over the foundation by a certain.
Correct.
I mean,
So
simply enough, here's the foundation and here's the wall.
if this is the foundation of the building in section, he essentially is building over it here. And the ground is down here. So this foundation, obviously you can see here, is raised. So it's raised off the ground on the south side, and this is the ground. It essentially hangs off the edge of the building. And that is not necessarily, again, because he moved the building farther south, he had to cantilever to get closer to the southern property line, which was, again, in my interpretation, not a part of the original BOZA approval. The original BOZA approval was just for that point on the north and east, and it was to be designed by the site plan. This is a very small site.
And the cantilever was
shifting it 3 feet east and then farther south creates impacts more than if it was even a 50,000 square foot lot.
But the cantilever was required, so because he had to pull the wall in to meet, because he was building on the one side with the concrete, so he had to push the foundation in, but to keep the footprint of the building the same size, he needed to cantilever over the top to keep the building or maintain the same size, correct?
Same size, correct. But that
All right.
did push him farther south, closer to the property line than approved in the original site plan.
Okay, Commissioner Pauly, did that answer your question?
It did, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, Gunther, hold on. Hello?
I've got you unmuted, Commissioner Connolly. Go ahead.
Okay. Gunther, so when you say doesn't comply with ADA, is there a penalty for not complying with ADA on our sidewalk?
I mean, it's against the law.
Right. I know the requirement in 2011 that we had to be so far with sidewalks and certain standards. So it's against the law. So
I think part of the consent decree is more for the ramps of the curbs and gutters. This is just the 4-foot clearance.
okay.
Objects in the right of way, and there's not enough room. If you're looking at the picture right here, to your left, again, this picture is looking south and a little east. There's not enough room to get around the left side. That's way too close to the intersection.
Okay.
And there's definitely not enough room on the right side to squeeze through for ADA compliance. So I mean, he's created an issue by moving this building over.
Now it looks like it'd be an issue anyway because the pole is right there. Am I looking? That's going south.
Right, but if that building was 3 feet farther west, as it was originally designed and approved by the BOZA, it wouldn't be an issue.
All right. Thanks.
Commissioner Ernst?
Is there a problem on the south side with what he's physically doing other than that's not what we originally approved?
No.
Okay, so we could approve that and perhaps offer what Commissioner Pauly suggested, which is to get back in spec. And that would take care of our problem. Is that a yes or no?
I believe it would if you so choose.
That answer your question, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
I would also, this is Gunnar Hannigan, I would also note that the member from the public who was contesting this originally years ago no longer is in that location.
Second question for you, Gunnar. Moving the building or that corner, regardless of how we did it, if we shaved off the 17 inches that are an alleged violation, is that going to be enough then to make it ADA compliant? Is the 17 inches what we're missing to make it compliant?
No, we are missing 2 feet 3 inches.
I thought the whole issue was we're 17 inches out of compliance, so we're not
No,
more than that.
So the approved plans indicate the dimension from the center of the traffic pole to the property line along 18th Street was 5 feet 4 inches, while our on-site measurements were about 2 feet 3 inches. He needs to move 3 feet. Sorry.
That's all right. Any additional questions for the director?
Commissioner Carson, I have a question. So just to be sure then on the being ADA compliant, is that essentially meaning in terms of, I want to be specifically sure that a person in a wheelchair would be able to pass through? Is that the ultimate goal for the ADA compliance?
This is Gunnar Hannigan, Director of Planning. It's a little bit more than that, but the 4 feet is the clearance that was decided based on a whole host of different issues. It's not just the width of a wheelchair, it's for crutches and the elderly and other vehicles that assist movement.
It's a design standard for scooters, for crutches, for any type of ADA compliant issues. Commissioner
I'm with
Jones,
you on that. Yeah, I mentioned the wheelchair because in my mind, it seems like typically one of the widest things. And so if a wheelchair, I mean, it's necessary looking at where we're looking at that intersection for a wheelchair to be able to safely bypass that area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so confirm for me then, I want to be sure then the option that you say we have that Commissioner Pauly mentioned on dealing with the south side of the property.
So this is Director Hannigan. In the process of building the project, again, he shifted it farther south and east. When he moved it farther south, the southern portion of his building footprint is farther south than what was approved in the original site plan. So it's not created any issue other than it's closer to a building, the neighboring property that at the time had a significant issue with the building in general, being right there, located right there, that close to their property. Now that property owner no longer has a business in that location, so they're not here, I would presume. But again, it's just another component part of this conversation. It didn't create a ADA non-compliance like this part of the building does, but it is something that is out there that was another part of the change that occurred when they built it like this, as opposed to what was approved. So we recommend it now for the whole thing again, because what we're saying is that the interpretation was what was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals was that single point, not the entire property line was a 0-foot setback. And that because the site plan was a part of that original approval, you're supposed to build to that original site plan and its location, which is a heightened issue on such a small piece of property with the history that it has with the public. So if you felt there was a need on the south end, I think now would be the time to correct it if the Board of Zoning Appeals is going to move forward with some other correction of the existing foundation, absent of denial and making them re-pour it.
Okay, so then to confirm then, even if we decided to show some level of leniency on the south portion of the property, regardless of whether we do that, we still have an ADA compliance issue at the northeast corner of the property.
That is correct.
Okay, and so then let me ask your opinion on this then. So I get that with the history of this, the previous neighbor was at odds, but they're no longer there. But if somebody else, if that property is available for some other business, some other person to move into, what kind of issues would it cause? It's not a fire code, or, you know, with it being closer than it should be, there's not some other issue that perhaps is created with another occupant of that building?
This is Director Hannigan. In my read of the case history, the issue was mostly about that building blocking the view from 18th and State to that business, which is set back, 30 some odd feet from the property line. So whoever were to either move in, lease that space, and or buy it, I believe the previous owner still owns the property. They just moved their business out of it. It would just be a new condition of the property. There's a building right there on that. Your neighbor looks like this now than it did before. I can't speak to any other issue that it would raise there, but it doesn't have a zoning issue.
Okay.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions for the director? Commissioner Ernst.
This is Commissioner Ernst, going back to the northeast corner, Gunner, I understood you to say they needed to remove 3 foot of the foundation?
Yeah, they would have to shave that back so it's 3 feet, or provide, depending on the angle of, like, let's hypothetically say you guys want to just chop off that angle. Depending on the angle of that cut, they would just need to provide that 4 feet from the pole to their footprint.
Right, which would meet the ADA compliance.
Which would meet ADA
Correct.
compliance. It would basically create a hard corner there where the foundation, which is above the ground, comes directly into the sidewalk. So I don't know if that changes the elevations of the property. If now you have an angled building and you want to add a window or some other thing, I'd hate for it to be a solid hard wall based on commercial design guidelines and things of that nature. But I think for us, this is the question of the interpretation of this is a principal conversation about when we approve projects as a commission, do those site plans, do we want to hold our applicants to those site plans or not?
No matter the cost.
We worked through all these issues and got them an approved site plan, and then they created another problem by moving that site plan around. Not every time that happens, admittedly, as per the applicant's testimony, does it create an issue. This created an issue.
That answer your question, Commissioner Ernst?
Shaving 3 feet off of the corner of the building, perhaps at an angle, would allow them to bring it into compliance. Yes, no?
I think if you're asking, this is Director Hannigan, if you're asking my opinion, I would do it the opposite way and require 4 feet clearance of the pole.
And Gunner, in requesting that 4 feet clearance, how far back, how far to the south does that clearance need to go? It can't just be right there at the corner. It has to go at least a little bit of a distance, doesn't it? You have to make it easy and accessible. I just want to be clear, if we're going to consider something like that and a motion is going to be made to do something like that, that it's specific enough that they don't just whack off a tiny bit of the corner and that's enough. It's going to have to be enough to give you 4 feet of clearance, or the amount of clearance you need for a certain number of feet down to the south, correct?
Yes, you'd want to create a radius around the edge of the pole So it's the base, not the center line of the pole. And extend that out 4 feet. And however they cut the building to not interfere with that zone, I think we would be okay with. I don't know if that gets into any of the utility stub ups that they've done in that foundation or what, but.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the applicant be willing to move the pole? I worked all my life in concrete, and the terms shaving and moving do not apply. This is a major league project. To me, it would appear moving the pole would be the most cost-effective, quick, let's allow people to build in our city, which is kind of, I think, what we want.
Can you make a reply to that, Director Hand?
I'd have to defer to Public Works and the traffic signals. Sarah, are you on? Ms. Schaefer?
I am Sarah Schaefer. Moving a traffic signal with its current foundation and how we have all of our signalization and our infrastructure would not necessarily be feasible.
And would,
an option.
and that would cost, that would be at the unified government's cost, is that correct? If it's going to be relocated? Or can that be negotiated with the applicant?
This is Director Hand. I believe Commissioner Mueller was inferring that the applicant would pay to move the pole.
Okay.
Right.
Commissioner Mueller, go ahead. Go ahead, Sarah.
Sorry, Sarah Schaefer. So taking a look at our infrastructure and what that would require in and around that area, it's not necessarily a feasible option to start moving public works infrastructure to meet the criteria of a building location that's inappropriate at this particular intersection.
Commissioner Mueller, was your question answered?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Connolly?
I guess I don't understand why the applicant changed their plan. I mean, he gives a reason, but it seemed like he went through planning and zoning or board of zoning and appeals to change any of those things. And I don't know about shaving or taking parts off of it, but I'm still thinking that even I'm just looking from the pole to the sidewalk and to the road, going to the east doesn't it's 4 feet anyway, to me. I mean, I don't know. So I don't understand what the problem is.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. You don't understand
The question
problem.
is it 4 feet from the road on the east side of that pole? Is it 4 feet before you hit the road? And that concrete is at an angle. So I don't know if that's what we call ADA requirements or what.
Director Hand?
This is Gunnar Hand again. We don't think that the east side of the pole is enough space for ADA.
All right, thank you.
I think you can, from this picture, you can sort of see it. The original, here, let me get the original cut is somewhere along here and essentially went through the building to over here. That original sidewalk, to the applicant's point, was within their property line. And so they shaved it up to this 0 lot line of their property line, which is that corner basically right there. Well, or right there. And they're going to fill that in later on. So we're talking kind of like ish right about there.
Oh, okay.
So that someone can go this way as opposed to near the traffic and go that way.
All right, thanks.
Other questions for staff?
Yes, Commissioner Carson, and just so you know, we can fix it after this. I'm not seeing and able to do the raise my hand feature, unfortunately, right now. So I'll try to correct that later.
That's fine.
But Gunnar, so as far as you know, because I know this predates you being a part of the planning department, I just want to be clear on then, since we had a plan that was approved, in your mind then, what was the reason that when a change was made, post the approval, the mutually agreed upon approval, what was the reason for that? And in your mind, from what you can see, why didn't the applicant get back with your office on that?
As I understand it from the applicant, there were some site conditions that required him to move the building. To his point earlier in his testimony earlier, there are a series of inspections that happen for a foundation, but they're not looking to its location on the site. They don't look at zoning approvals that we're looking at right here. So when it came to our attention that and you know, we're talking about a few feet without being raised and going out there and taking a look at it, you know, it didn't come onto planning's, I should say, radar until a later date. And that's kind of part of the contention here is there was a long drawn out process. There were a couple of inspections. Those inspections by the building inspection department are related to the building itself, has nothing to do with the zoning code. And so when the issue was raised and we did go back out there, we started to notice that there was a shift in where he located the foundation. Again, I believe what Mr. Martinez is contesting here for this variance is my interpretation that not only does he have to build to the site plan, but that you provided him a 0 lot setback. The former Board of Zoning Appeals gave him a 0 lot setback, and he can do that anywhere on his property.
And you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
So from your perspective, what should have happened? Any
He should have built
variation? Go
He
ahead.
should have built it to the site plan.
If the property was built within the site plan that was approved, there wouldn't be an issue. We wouldn't be here having this discussion.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I mean,
Any further discussion?
I apologize, Commissioner, this is Director Hannigan. He could have notified us earlier that he shifted the building. We could have noticed earlier as well.
And with regard to the statement that he had the authority or the direction to go ahead and make those changes, that's true up to the point where he varies to the point of the site plan.
Correct.
All right. Any further questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, sir. What would you like to add? And please be brief.
Okay, well, first of all, I understand that Gunnar Hand does not have the history. This project has a 5-year history to
Okay,
get.
Mr. Martinez, I'm not going to go back through the 5 years. You had the 15 minutes to explain your case.
Yes,
If you have a question or you'd like to make a clarification as a
I'd
result
like to
of some of the conversation, I'd like for you to make it, but I'd like for you to make it quickly. We have a long agenda. We have a lot of people waiting to be heard from this evening.
Okay.
And you've had your
first of
turn.
all, the building was not moved south. The whole building shifted north and east. South, no. Secondly, the grant, the approval that we got from BZA was for 0 setback. That means that the building can be moved up to the property line. Third, there was no encroachment into the right of way, and they're asking us now to meet ADA. The building meets all the ADA requirements. The city does not meet it. And if you look at the other two intersections, the other 2 corners, they have very similar conditions. So they're asking us to use our property to comply with ADA. That is not really should not be placed upon our project. The pole was there, and the previous building that was there was on that location that you can see. The part that you see that we shaved off was part of the front stoop of the previous building. I sent those photographs to Martin Tungira in engineering so that he could see that this never met ADA, and that we are not encroaching on the public right of way.
I'm going to
So
stop. I'm going to interrupt you, sir. How old was the building that was there previously? When was that building constructed?
I have no idea when it was built.
But it was a pretty old building, wouldn't you say? And probably built prior to the ADA requirements that exist today?
I have no way of knowing that.
Well, so if it was, there would be that would not be a factor right now. So
Well,
I appreciate your
it is a
additional comments, but
factor.
I am going to cut you off and I'm going to go back to the commission for a motion.
Motion to deny per staff stipulations.
Second.
The motion for denial based on staff comments made by Commissioner Reasons, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion on the motion for denial? Okay, excuse me. I'm going to go ahead and go to Janet for roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, did she respond? I didn't.
Yes, she said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
No.
Polly,
Nay.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal passes 5 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, thank you. That will conclude the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals. We will take a 5-minute recess and then we will reconvene and I will begin the Board of Zoning, the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you.
Hey, Janet, it's Karen. Are you still there?
Yeah,
I'm not sure on my raising my hand feature, what's going on. It's,
You don't have that feature, Commissioner Jones, because you are a co-host.
okay. I knew,
So-
I thought that might be, okay.
Yes, so if you need to speak, if you'll just give me either a hand up or if you'll unmute your mic, I'll watch for that and then I'll call on you as a result of your mic being muted.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I think,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, I can mute you. So if for some reason you leave it on and forget to mute it after you're done speaking, I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need to remind the commission members that they need to state their name when they speak.
Okay, yes.
So when they make a motion or when they talk, they do need to state their name.
Okay, and I will try to always clarify that, but yes, if you all would please do that, but I'll state that when we open up the Planning Commission. All right, I'll be right back. Patrick? Okay, do we have everyone back? Commissioner Connolly, Commissioner Ernst? Do we have everyone? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call the Planning and Zoning Commission, the July 13th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to order. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm going to be your chair this evening. Commissioner Karen Jones will serve as vice chair. We have the following people. I'm going to make a few introductions this evening of those folks that are on the Zoom call with us. Gunnar Hand, Director of Land Use and Urban Planning. Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have Patrick Waters, Unified Government Legal Counsel, and the following planning commissioners are also on the call. We have Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner Karen Jones, and Commissioner Mark Muller, and Commissioner Joanne Huey. We also have on the call Public Works staff, Sarah Schaefer. So at this time, I'd like to welcome everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. I know we have a long agenda. We have a lot of things that we're going to be discussing. We will make sure that we get to everyone when the time comes. So if you'll please be patient with us, I'm going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to Ms. Parker, who will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome those present and participating by telephone or Zoom to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, you must use the raise your hand feature. When speaking, you need to wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Planning Commission members, use the raise your hand feature to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. Planning Commission members, please be sure to unmute your microphone when it is your time to speak after you have been recognized by the chairman. If you have called in by telephone only, or if you are having trouble logging into the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org and let Secretary Parker know which application you wish to speak on with your phone number so she can relay to the chairman. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, July 30th, 2020. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized by the chairman, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, July 30th, 2020. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the June 8, 2020 and June 22nd, 2020 City Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SP-2020-53, Irving Jackson Jr. with Jackson Trucking, renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land to park 2 semi-trucks at 3232 Sewell Avenue. Mr. Chairman and Commission members, I would like to note that in the staff report, it stated that the staff requested a site plan, and that site plan has now been received by staff. Special use permit application number SP-2020-55, Jacob S. Patton, renewal of a special use permit for short-term rental Airbnb at 819 Southwest Boulevard. Special use permit application SP-2020-56, Thomas W. Morgan III, renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 431 North Thompson Street. Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members, there is a correction in the staff report under staff recommendation, as item number 1 states that approval is for 2 years and item number 4 states it's for 1 year. That correct time frame is 2 years. Special use permit application SP-2020-57, Tom Elliott and Merritt Fold with All American Trailer LLC. Renewal of a special use permit for sales of semi-trailers at 2330 State Line. Special use permit application SP-2020-63, Luke Oldnick with Sunflower Tow Service LLC. Renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land for a modular office at 452 South 26th Street. Honey Creek Estates replat. Final plat for one single family lot at 11548 and 11530 Parkview Avenue. KC Railcar. Final plat for one industrial lot at 1147 South 14th Street. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
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 Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the ECHO for the special use permits, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to have an item removed from the consent agenda? Please raise your hand. I'm going to go first to Mr. Tomasic.
Good evening.
Did you have an item that you wanted to remove from the consent agenda for special consideration?
Yes, it would be the Thompson address, SP 2020-56.
Okay, 431 North Thompson Street, SP 2020-56. Okay, that will be removed from the consent agenda. Is there anyone else that wants to have anything removed from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, could you have the gentleman give his name and address, please?
I'm sorry. Mr. Tomasic, would you please give us your name and address?
Nicholas J. Tomasic III, 518 North Thompson Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion on the remaining consent agenda items.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve the consent agenda made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by, I'm sorry, who was that second by?
Moeller.
Commissioner Moeller, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the remaining items on the consent agenda, subject to the staff's comments and suggestions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us back to the one item that was removed from the consent agenda, and that is special use permit application SP-2020-56, Thomas W. Morgan III, renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 431 North Thompson Street.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, are you in the audience this evening? Okay, I'm calling upon Mr. Patton. I believe you all are business partners. Is that correct? Mr. Patton?
That is correct. I'm a owner of the property as well.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about this project?
Yeah, my name is Jacob Patton. I own the property with Thomas Morgan. We live at 819 Southwest Boulevard now. The property at 431 North Thompson was our address last year when we applied for the permit. We've been operating it as an Airbnb with no concerns other than, well, no concerns that I'm aware of during operation. And I guess I'm not sure what detail you need for the application or for me to present. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. We went through I would consider extensive process last year when applying for it. We limited occupancy from what we had requested based on the committee's recommendation. We reduced parking based on the committee's recommendation. We require all guests, all parties to have, all guests to have no more than 2 vehicles, one being parked in the garage on the back and the second on the street. Our check-in instructions at the property state that there are absolutely no parties, that the houses in the neighborhood are close, and that respect for the neighborhood and the neighbors is utmost priority. We have the ability to remove any guests from the property, and we have. We did have one issue that we found out about. It was not brought to us by our neighbors. We were actually suspicious of the guests and asked them to remove. So, and they did. So we really have no issue making sure that the neighborhood is taken care of and that guests are not disruptive. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, we've had a great experience doing it for the last year and hope to continue.
Is it my understanding, I'm sorry, I think I'm going back to memory. Don't you also have noise meters in your property?
Yes, we do. We installed, it's called Noise Aware. It alerts us to a certain decibel noise that comes from within the property. It came with a factory setting. It's kind of designed for short-term rentals. It came with a factory setting at a certain decibel rate. We lowered it. I can't remember exactly what that was, though. We lowered it to make sure that we weren't approaching any sort of line that would cause issues. But yes, we do have that in the property as well.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the petitioner from the members of the commission? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Mr. Tomasic, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, again for the record, and then give us your testimony.
Nick Tomasic III, 518 North Thompson Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I would just want to say this is a beautifully restored home that was a long-term rental that had undesirable tenants, so I'm thankful for that. But there's been a lot of noise complaints at this property, and this monitoring, I remember you guys telling me that you're going to have that, and that made me feel good. But you guys also told me that you were going to live there and that you would only rent it out when you were out of town. And I understand how maybe that's changed now. So it's a full-time Airbnb. But on the 4th of July, your tenants were shooting off fireworks for about 4 to 5 hours late into the night out on the street right next to the cars. And there's a lot of elderly people on this block and now young people with young babies. And those are my big concerns. And I feel like this is to the Planning Commission. I just don't understand. I feel like we have enough Airbnbs, and especially Strawberry Hill, where it's so close together, and that there's no way to enforce or police or monitor. Telling the other residents, call the police, at 11 o'clock at night on the 4th of July or 11:45, that's not going to get responded to. So I don't need to have any discussion. I feel like I've expressed my concerns, and I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition? Okay, seeing none, I will go back to I will close the public portion of the meeting and I will go to the director for staff comment.
This is, excuse me, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. Again, we didn't find any record of complaints on the property. That doesn't mean that there weren't any as per the public testimony. Sometimes they just don't get logged into the system that we use to track those types of things. But for the research we did on the property, we didn't see any issues. There were a couple of people that had expressed both sort of for and against opinions about the renewal. We essentially carried over all the conditions from the previous approval as it relates to, and I believe the applicant mentioned this, as it relates to how many people can be at the house at one time, parking in the rear, a couple other things about business license and safe environment. But again, we felt that we didn't see any issues until this evening, and so we were recommending for approval. Again, this was the one you saw me making changes earlier. This is the one where we had two conflicting conditions of approval, and so they both should say 2 years.
Thank you.
As recommended.
All right, thank you. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations, Commissioner Conley.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Conley, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? This is for a 2-year approval. Roll call, please, Janet.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
No,
I'm sorry,
no,
and reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this renewal for 2 years, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. All of the items on the consent agenda in this case will be heard once again on July 30th before the Board of Commissioners. Anyone who had a case that appeared on the consent agenda does not need to stay on the Zoom. Your cases have been approved, so you're free to go if you like to, or you can certainly stay and listen to the rest of the meeting or as much as you want to. So, Ms. Parker, if you go ahead and call the next case, please.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification on the consent agenda.
Yes.
The 2 plats will not go to the Board of Commissioners, only the special use permit renewals.
Thank you.
That will now move us on to the non-consent agenda. Our first item is change of zone application number 3211, Bobby Jean Thomas. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District to keep the barn, horses, and future cattle at 4520 and 4600 Parkview Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 18, 2019, and the notices to property owners dated December 18, 2019, January 8, January 31, April 6th, May 2nd, and June 1, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
I talked to Commissioner Gail Townsend about this case.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Parker, do you want to go ahead and call the rest?
We're just waiting. We need to see if the applicant is here.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you already called them forward. Mr. Rose, are you in the audience?
No, we're on Bobby Jean Thomas.
Excuse me. And I'm on the wrong page here, excuse me.
All right.
I'm sorry. Ms. Thomas, are you available? Got my pages out of order. Bobby Jean Thomas, are you in the audience, please? Please raise your hand. Bobby Jean Thomas. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone with that name, so we'll go ahead. Janet, could you please move that as customary to the end of the agenda, and we'll come back to that case.
Sure. Our next application is change of zone application 3219, Eric Ramirez Dubon. Change of zone from R1 single family district to AG agriculture district for multiple accessory structures and to keep horses at 3625 Emmons Drive. Please include the following items as part of the case as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated April 16, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated April 17, May 2nd, and June 1, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
I talked to Commissioner Townsend about this case as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative present to speak on this application?
Mr. Dubon, Eric Ramirez Dubon. Once again, Eric Ramirez Dubon, are you on the call? Okay, Janet, if you please move this to the bottom of the agenda, we'll come back.
Okay. Our next application is change of zone application number 3224. Kyle Rose with Rose Property Maintenance LLC. Change of zone from R1 single family district to M2 general industrial district for a contractor's office, shop, and storage yard at 1908 South 74th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 19, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Is Mr. Rose or his representative present this evening to speak in favor of this application?
I do see Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose, please
Yes,
unmute
sir.
yourself and go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Kyle Rose, 21911 West 56th Street, Shawnee, Kansas.
You want to go ahead and tell us about your project, please?
Yes, sir. I have a snow and ice management company. You know, we plow and salt private parking lots and areas like that. We've been in business since 2003, and this would be our company's offices, shop, material storage, equipment storage, and we're currently number 77 in North America for the top performing snow contractors. We have about around about 200 subcontractors that work for us in the wintertime. And if you all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there questions for the petitioner about this project? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I see a hand up by Mr. Judd Clausen. Mr. Clausen, did you want to speak on this case?
Yes, commissioners. Hi, my name is Judd Clausen. I'm with Phelps Engineering. My address is 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. I am Mr. Rose's civil engineer and land surveyor on this project, and we prepared the drawings that are in there. So I'm just offering to be here for any questions that any of the commissioners or staff may have.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Clausen regarding this case from the commission? I am not seeing any. I'm going to continue on with the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? If so, please just raise your hand. Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting and I will go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. When staff received this application, it was for just for a change of zone to M2. When we dug into it a little bit, they did offer their preliminary plan. And so there's a technicality here that we are actually asking that this get approved as MP2 because we have reviewed their preliminary plan as a part of this entitlement. That would mean that they are required to then file and give us a fee. It's $100 to move forward with the final plan review is at their earliest convenience, which would probably be, I would assume, next month. They didn't have too many changes to it. Within the site plan review, we did notice just a few things, and those conditions are included. These are a summation of them. There's more than this, but these are included in the plan. Primarily of issue is they're proposing to use shipping containers as storage for, I suppose, some of their materials, and that requires a special SUP, which they can acquire afterwards if they so choose, or if they want to continue down that route in terms of those types of material storage. I would imagine if they're holding salt in there, they want it to be enclosed. And so that might have been the easiest and quickest. I did want to make the point also that this is adjacent to some existing single family zoning across the street. There are M2 zones to the north and south of this property. So we believe that it does fit in with sort of the existing character. We do require some screening to adjacent residential properties, and there is a residential property, zoned residential property directly behind this as well. So there'd be some additional requirements to their site plan when they come in for final review. But all in all, we recommend approval.
Okay. Are there any questions for Director Hand regarding staff comment? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion on motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone to MP2 planned general business district, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on July 30th before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next change of zone is number 3225, Reggie Kimna with Relentless LLC. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AJ Agriculture District for hay and to raise bees at 2914 South 74th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 19, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Is the applicant or the applicant's representative present?
Mr. Kemna or your representative? Okay, I do see him. Mr. Kemna, can you go ahead and please state your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project? Go ahead and unmute yourself. Mr. Kimna, I just need you to unmute yourself and you're ready to go.
Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead and give us your name
is,
and address. There you go.
Yes, sir. My name is Reggie Kemna, 5118 West 158th Terrace, Overland Park, Kansas. I currently have 31 acres, plus or minus up there. And my goal is to clear some trees, plant some hay, and to start with about 6 beehives and grow that up to around 15 or so. I currently have some agricultural land down in Miami County, so I am familiar with the business for the most part. But other than that, the land is extremely wild, hilly to the west and to the northwest. There are currently hay fields already. My neighbor to the north is Johnson County's water treatment plant. So I don't think there's any way that we're going to really be interfering with anybody.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition of this request? Please raise your hand. I am not seeing any, so I will close the public portion of the meeting and I will get staff comment.
Sorry about that. This is Government Director of Planning. For this one, again, we noticed that we want to note that there are, at the public meeting and elsewhere, there were 2 people in support, no opposition. As the applicant mentioned, this is for raising bees and potentially farming hay. I would note, he mentioned that it was a hilly land. The site staff report also notes there's no utilities out to the site, so it is pretty wild as he describes. I'd note, based on the applicant's testimony tonight, though, that if he was intending to clear any land, if he's going to grade anything over 50 cubic yards, he'd need a permit for that. If he was going to disturb the land over an acre, he'd need a permit for that. So just as an FYI, I think when we were reviewing this with Mr. Kenmo, we were under the assumption that there was an existing field that he was going to hay, not a new one that he was going to field and plow. So just a quick note on that one. But we saw no issues with the permit, with the change of zone, and recommend approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Muller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application 3225, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on July 30th before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I now have 3 applications that are going to be heard together and will be voted on separately. Master Plan Amendment number MP-2020-5, Sean Coffer. Master Plan Amendment from Entertainment to Business Park at 9700 Leavenworth Road. Change of zone application 3226. Change of zone from AG Agriculture and CP2 Planned General Business Districts to C1 Limited Business and M2 General Industrial Districts for a business park and neighborhood and retail center at 9700 Leavenworth Road. And Woodlands redevelopment plat. Preliminary plat for 1 commercial and 6 industrial lots at 9700 Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 17, 2020 for the change of zone and master plan amendment, and the notices to property owners dated June 17, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Yes. I spoke to Commissioner Kane very briefly about it earlier this afternoon.
Yes, I spoke with Commissioner Bynum about this very briefly also.
Who was that just spoke?
That was Commissioner Moeller.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Seth Reese with Olson Associates is going to be the spokesperson for this application. And also, I have a letter in support that I received today. Would you like for me to read it now or after the presentation?
Why don't we read it after the presentation when we call for and against?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and call on Mr. Reese. If you'll go ahead and unmute your mic and go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about the project. Mr. Reese, you'll go ahead and unmute your mic and go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
All right, can you hear me now? Sorry
yes,
about that.
Thank you.
Seth Reese with Olson. We are the engineer and surveyor and landscape architect.
Okay, you muted yourself again, Mr. Reese.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, sorry for technical difficulty. I don't know if you got my address or not, or my address is 7301 West 133rd Street, Overland Park, Kansas. And I'm going to share my screen here. Can you give me access to share so we have a little presentation?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Reese, try that. See if you can share your screen now.
Let me know when you can see it.
Yep, we're there.
All right, so I appreciate the opportunity. Told you my name, Seth Reese with Olson. Also have Sean Kofer and Chris Miller with Scannell Properties, who is the developer for the project. So we're going to quickly go through the Woodlands redevelopment project, and then we're here to answer any questions that anybody may have. So just quickly, we'll review the existing property. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with it, but just anybody that's not, that's still, you know what's going on. And then Janet already mentioned the applications. We'll just quickly go over that and then review the proposed plan as well. So the existing property, I think everybody's aware, the old Woodlands racetrack, dog track, and horse track hasn't been used for a number of years. It's on the northeast corner, Leavenworth Road and 99th Street, and it's approximately 419 acres. If you can see, it's the area shaded in yellow with the red outline. It goes from 99th Street all the way over to 91st Street, and then from Leavenworth Road to the north to Hillbrink Road. The existing zoning on the property, a majority of it is currently zoned ag, which is the green on the image you see here. And then the area down by 99th Street and Leavenworth Road intersection is currently actually zoned for retail, which is CP1 and CP2 zonings. These are just some quick images. I don't want to talk about these too much, but of the existing site, it's in disrepair. A lot of the buildings the rows are falling apart. There's holes in them. The parking lots are falling apart. There's grass growing up, trees growing up through some of the cracks in the parking lot. It needs a bit of a facelift, and these just kind of show the overall character of the property. So the items that are before you today, which were kind of briefly touched on, change of zoning, we're proposing to change to a CP1 zoning down at the corner and an M2 zoning for the rest of the developments. And then with that, the master plan amendment, because of the change of zoning, the Prairie Delaware Piper master plan currently has this property specified as entertainment use because of the previous Woodlands racetrack use. And with if this property were to be rezoned, we would need it to be changed to business park to allow for this type of use. And then the last item, the preliminary plat, which just provides the breakdown of the lots within the project. So the proposed plan, quickly go over this. So it's at the corner of 99th Street and Leavenworth Road. The access points, currently there's 2 access points on 99th Street and then 2 on Leavenworth Road. And we're actually proposing to keep those access points exactly where they are and not change the location of those. We will be, everything on site would be redone and made new. So brought up to current standards, but the current access points are proposed to stay as is. We've been working with city staff and the local transit authority and want to provide a bus stop or a transit stop in the area to serve the community, surrounding community, and also the project as well. Just touch real quickly. I know there's been concerns about truck traffic. So the truck access for this project will be strictly off of Leavenworth Road. That main access point, that's the easternmost access point on Leavenworth Road, which also is the main access point to the current Woodlands property, would be the only truck access for the project. The neighborhood retail down at the corner, this is just a quick blow up of that area. The idea here is to provide community service or services that would serve the surrounding community, as well as the employees that are working in this development, if it should be approved. We envision a type of retail such as some restaurants, low intensity uses. That's why we went with the CP1 zoning, just so there's not intense uses at that corner that would be capable with CP2 or CP3. So the rest of the development is the MP2 zoning, and it consists of The warehouses for building A, B, C, D, and E. There's approximately 3 million square foot of warehouse and business park that we're proposing with that. And with that, we are meeting the city's stormwater requirements. We're actually exceeding them a bit to make sure that we are filtering the stormwater before it leaves the site, because we know the proximity to Wyandotte County Lake. We know that's a cherished asset, and that we want to make sure that that stays that way. So we're actually going to filter the water, meet that requirement, which currently the existing site, because it was built before requirements were made, it does not provide that as much as what we are going to be providing. So just so everybody is aware, phase one of the development that would be developed first would be building A, which is the easternmost building on the property, which is highlighted in yellow here. It is approximately, it's a little over 1 million square feet of building. If anybody that's familiar with the site knows that it's heavily wooded around the perimeters of the north and the east and on the southeast. And it is our desire and the design intent to save those existing trees as much as possible. So the area you see highlighted here in yellow actually is the area that we're not touching. This area is the existing tree mats will remain, and we're not grading or providing disturbance in these areas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reese, I just want to interrupt you. Do you mean the area that shows up on my screen is green?
Yeah, sorry. On mine it's yellow, but yeah, it's highlighted in a color, and then there's a red outline around it.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yep, sorry about that. Thank you for that clarification. With that, the area directly to the east of building A, we are working with city staff and would like to donate this approximately 97 acre tract of land to the city to provide a park. And with that, the developer Scannell has committed that they would provide some funds for creation of trails through that area. We feel like that would be a good asset to the community to kind of provide the connection to the trails within Wyandotte County Lake. And that's in the yellow or green color there as well. With that, so we're preserving the trees on the north and east and the southeast. And with that, we want to make sure we're providing some screening along 99th Street and then also along Leavenworth Road as well. So we've done some extensive berms, done a lot of site studies, and actually stepped the grading of the site down. So it actually creates a bowl. So the buildings are actually stepped down the site, so we can take advantage of the sight lines and make it so the visibility into the site is reduced dramatically. And we actually have a video that we are going to show here in a little bit that actually shows this. So I think it will help illustrate that. Here we have a couple images just along Leavenworth Road and 99th Street that show what the public would see from the public street. So this first one is at the main access point on Leavenworth Road, looking into the development. As you can see here, there with the extensive berms and landscaping, you don't see any buildings, and the reason for that is because of the grades of the site and the proposed grades. We're able to pretty much provide screening for that. The next one is at the first access point that's existing today into the neighborhood retail area. And here with the neighborhood retail, we've pushed the buildings all the way out to the street and put the parking behind. And with that, we're trying to create kind of an architectural wall of building that actually helps screen the development. And really the only places you can kind of see into the development, which the building right in front of you down that drive is actually building B. So that's the office portion of the industrial or the warehouse building that you can see. The next image is from Leavenworth Road and 99th Street. They're at the intersection. And here you can see in between the retail buildings, you can just see slightly the building B in the background from the intersection. To the left, you can see there's the berm. You can start seeing the berm that's starting to extend up. And the berm it varies some, but it goes all the way up to 20 feet. And then we'll have a substantial amount of landscaping on that as well. The next image is just south of the existing 99th Street southernmost entrance. And here, that image, you can see the berm starting to extend up. After you get past that first entrance is where the berm's big enough and you don't actually see the building. So as you can see, this parking lot is screened, and you can just see the upper portion of the office portion of the building B. Midway down 99th Street, here's an image of that. It doesn't, and so this is to just kind of show you don't see any of the buildings, and that's because the buildings are stepped down, and then the angle that you're looking at, and we actually shifted back away from the street a little bit here. It actually is hard. If you're on the street, you'd see even less. So just to show you that the way the site's designed, you will not see that building. There's actually more landscaping on here as well. On the plans that we sent, we kind of took some of the landscaping off on this because we didn't want to, we wanted you to see just the berm itself actually can screen the building in this location. And then the final one along 99th Street is at the existing northernmost entry on 99th Street. This shows, you can see just a little portion of building C, which would be the office portion. And the street was designed to kind of curve and then provide some more berming and landscaping to help screen as you go in, instead of just having a straight shot into it. And then a few aerial images from above. This image is above Bennett Lake, and unless you're in a helicopter, you're not going to see this, but just give you an overall view of the whole project site. This is interior of the site as well, looking at building A, which would be phase 1, just give you kind of a overall character of the building and the site. The buildings will look nice. They have a nice facade. Even though, I mean, from the public streets, you're not really going to see this building unless you come interior to the site. Building B, this image is of building B. This is the southern part of building B that actually has an office, the office building part, as you can see. Same thing with building C. Just quickly go through these. Building D, this is the southern portion of building D. And then the last building, building E. As you can see, all the buildings have very similar character, nice materials. And then I am going to show you, this is a video that a fly through, basically going down Leavenworth Road, starting on the very east of the main entry, and then going up 99th Street. The purpose of this is just to convey what, if somebody's driving down the street, kind of what they're going to see into the project. So right here is the main Leavenworth Road access point, and then we're continuing on to the west towards 99th Street. And as you get closer to 99th, this is the neighborhood retail area. There at the intersection, you can see the neighborhood retail building masses, and then you can see building B back in the background behind as you go past. And then this is the intersection at 99th Street. You can see building B in the background. And then as we go up 99th, you can see the berm as it continues to grow. And then we'll go up to the northernmost entry on 99th. And then I'll do our closing real quick. Should have drove faster. So that northernmost entry is just right up here. And as I mentioned, the plans actually show more landscaping along the 99th Street. This is just kind of convey how the berm screens itself. So here's the northernmost entry, and then the existing tree mass is going to remain north of that entry. We're not disturbing that at all. So with that, just a few quick points of discussion. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. We appreciated everybody's input into that. And I know that there was concerns about the MP2 use, that heavy industrial manufacturing could be provided in MP2. With that, we've been working with staff, and we're willing to provide covenants, and it's actually one of the conditions to restrict the heavier intensity industrial uses, and basically put a cap on the uses that can be provided, which were in the conditions. It mentions MP1 uses, which we are good with. And then we know that the city would like to see some traffic signals at Leavenworth Road and our main access point, as well as 103rd Street and Leavenworth Road. The developer's committed that he will assist in providing some funds to provide those signals. With that, it's a KDOT route, so it's actually KDOT's jurisdiction to determine if signals are warranted there or not. We would provide the funds, and if the city can get KDOT to get those signals to be warranted, they could be constructed. And then along 99th Street, I know we've been working with engineering departments, and we'll continue to do so. But if improvements are needed on 99th Street, which we are providing sidewalks on 99th and Leavenworth to meet the city's requirements, we will make sure that the intent is to make sure the improvements are on the east side of the road, and that way the neighbors are not being impacted by any improvements if they are determined to be necessary. And then just to reinforce, we're working with the city to provide the 97-acre tract of land east of Building A, and we're going to provide some funds to create some trails on that as well. Regarding the overall conditions, we're in favor and okay with the exception of condition number 2. We would request that condition be revised to state that the northernmost access point on 99th Street be evaluated at the time of final plans for that access point when it is constructed. So as I mentioned before, Leavenworth Road is the truck access for the project, and the intent is that northernmost access point on 99th Street would purely be for employee cars and emergency vehicles. And there's not a lot of trips distributed to that. But with that being said, with 3 million square foot of buildings, we feel it's very necessary and needed to provide at least 2 access points. I know in the condition it mentioned the Turner Logistics Park had another access point that was just emergency vehicles, but that project is substantially, it's only slightly over 1 million square feet, so it could survive with 1 access point. But just from a public safety standpoint, we think it's necessary to provide that second access point purely just for public safety. And then finally, condition number 4, we're good with the covenants and restrictions as I mentioned earlier. And then condition number 7, we'll continue to work with staff on the details of the trail along Hillbrink Road. We intend for that trail to be provided within the right of way that will be dedicated. With that, we're here to answer any questions. We appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have a few. So at this time, are there any questions from the commissioners? I'm going to start. I had one question just that was put in through the chat function. Are there any committed tenants to this building, or is it being built on spec? Mr. Reese?
Yeah, sorry. So no tenants that we can talk about right now. We are under NDA. Building A is the first phase of the project, and that's what we can't talk about the tenants right now.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition? The first hand I saw up was Mr. Barnes. Are you wanting to speak in favor of or in opposition to the, what we'll do first is anyone that wants to speak in favor of the project, raise your hand. Anyone that wants to speak in favor? Okay, so I'm assuming the 5 hands I see up are all in favor. So I'm going to go first to McBride. Ronnie McBride.
Yeah, this is Kenneth McBride. I'm just on my wife's computer.
Okay, can you please give us your address, please, for the record?
9429 Leavenworth Road.
Okay.
Okay, they're talking about donating the land to the WICO for the trails. Is that going to be donated to Wyandotte Lake and be a game preserve land still? Or is that just going to be land that the county could come back and develop as they want to?
Mr. Reese, at this point, can you answer that question? Is the land being donated to the Unified Government of the Parks Department?
It is planned to be donated to the Parks Department.
And with no restrictions set by you all what the Unified Government does with that?
Correct. And
So
with that property is, the topography on that property is very steep. It would be very hard to develop, but yeah, the intent is it to be a park.
Mr. McBride?
So no houses around Bennett's Lake.
Mr. Reese?
I guess once the city has it, I would assume not. The city doesn't typically build houses, but
Well,
the intent is to donate it to the city for a park.
the city has opted to build houses around Wyandotte Lake before.
Got it.
Mr.
Knowing-
McBride, do you have another question, Mr. McBride?
Who's going to take care of all the trucker trash that's thrown out all over Leavenworth Road from having all these trucks coming into the new complex they're building?
Would you like me to take that?
Every time I mow, I pick up a 5-pound bucket of trash.
These are all going to be questions for you, Mr. Reese.
Got
at
it.
this point.
Okay. So I know that the Scannell Properties runs very clean sites. So, I mean, if you look at a lot of their projects around the country, they make sure that they're clean. They're not going to want the area to be trash all around. So I would hope that the tenants that occupy this space aren't going to want trash to be around as well. But we're trying to improve the neighborhood, not trash it up, I guess.
But it's coming.
Mr. McBride, do you have a question?
Not right now.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next, what right now, the people that I'm calling on are people that want to speak in favor of the project. So if you are not speaking in favor of the project, please lower your hand and I'll get to the opposition in just a moment. Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Miles, Jeff Miles.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Go ahead and state your name and address, please, for the record.
Hello, my name's Jeff Miles. I live at 3300 North 99th Street. The front of my property faces the Woodlands. and would be building B in the future, or a berm. I've lived there 20 plus years, raised 5 kids. I got many emotional connections, obviously, to that view across the street at the Woodlands, from Easter egg hunts to proms to Halloweens, et cetera, et cetera. I've read all the documents sent out on the project. I've researched Skanal Properties and found they're a very professional company. I Google Earthed many of their other locations that they build across the United States and zoomed in to look at their streets and looked at the surrounding areas, and was very pleasantly surprised, not surprised, but pleased with what I seen. It's very similar to the presentation I just seen with the type of properties. I found companies of General Mills, ATD, Lennox, GE, FedEx, very professional companies that makes me feel comfortable with who potentially could be my neighbor. The concerns I had with my property value, but all the research that I've done, I do believe that my property value will go up. So that's not a concern of mine anymore. The view was one of my original concerns, and I feel much more comfortable with the berm and the landscaping, and especially the sidewalks. Again, I raised 5 children with no sidewalks that rode buses to Piper that never had sidewalks there. That's going to be a nice added benefit when I go to sell my property sometime in the future. Traffic, yes, I do believe there's going to be more traffic, but no more than when the Woodlands was at its peak, with the exception of big trucks. Obviously, there'll be bigger trucks, but as far as regular property, we all dealt with that pretty much every day of the week when the Woodlands was open. I was really happy to hear they weren't asking for any tax breaks, and I think that's exactly what our community needs right now, especially with the economic position that we're in. We need additional taxes in Wyandotte County, and we need these types of properties in Wyandotte County. So in the end, I do support this project 100%. I believe it's good for our community. The Woodlands has sat idle for 13 years, and it's nice to see somebody wants to come in and invest in our community. I believe it'll bring in tax dollars, jobs, additional growth to the area, while supporting existing businesses that are already on Leavenworth Road. I appreciate my opportunity to speak. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Is there any questions for Mr. Miles before he signs off? Okay, thank you. I will now go to Mr. Joe Barnes.
Thank you. Joe Barnes here, 9828 Pearl Brink Road, and I've got Dan Poolman, 9822 Pearl Brink Road here with me. I'm in favor of the project. I think it's good that we're going to redevelop the property. There's just a couple of concerns that I've got, and I can discuss them now, or I can wait until.
You can go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay. So we're on Pearl Brink Road, and in the public meeting, they talked about donating the northernmost portion where the I guess parallel Hurl Brink Road would be donated to the UG. And in the presentation tonight, that wasn't brought up. So I'd like to bring that back up. And then I think it's great that it sounds like building A, they've got a locked in tenant for that one. Building C and B, there's some concerns that there's electric transmission mains that go over the properties, and maybe those weren't portrayed in the flyovers and in the preliminary studies. So I'd like, I guess, if there's an option to approve the building A, that maybe we approve that and hold building C and B till a later date. And then,
well, let me get you an answer to that question. I'm going to go to Director Hand. Would we be approving? We're obviously going to approve the change of zone, or the question before us tonight is the change of the zone and the master plan. Would we be approving all of the buildings, or would they be coming to us for approval as they progress through the development? Director Hand.
This is Director Hand. The preliminary approval and the subdivision preliminary plat is to divide it into 6 different properties. As each of those 6 properties come back for a final plan, there would be another review that would go through the Planning Commission. Final plan review does not go up to Board of Commissioners, though.
Okay.
So yes, when for instance they've mentioned Building A, they will be submitting the final, or have submitted the final plans for Building A to be reviewed.
Okay. Mr. Barnes, did that answer that portion of your question? So each part of the area would be approved in different stages.
so we would have another opportunity to be in favor or opposed of building B and building C, and then
You would-
also the perimeter along Hurlbrink Road that they said that they would donate to the UG that wasn't portrayed in the PowerPoint today. We would
That
have
is
another
correct.
chance.
There would be more public comment available
Okay.
at that time, correct?
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry,
Thank
what was your other questions that you had? Or did we address them?
You addressed them.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to comment on?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll now go to Mr. Joe Vaught. Joe, there you go. I can hear you. Just go ahead and give us your name and address, Mr. Vaught.
Joe Vaught. My residence is at 9231 Leavenworth Road. I own the home at 9331 Leavenworth Road. My comments are that I'm in favor of this project. I think it'll be a beautiful addition to the city and to our community. I am concerned about the condition of this, not only that of the racetrack, but of the city-owned property at the corner of 99th and Leavenworth Road. And I wonder if we have to wait until a later date before they start clearing up the overgrowth that, if it wasn't the city, if it was a private person owning that property, they would be required to keep it clean, but because it's a city, they're not required to do that. I'm concerned about that. That's one issue.
Joe, could you go ahead and just explain again to me which area you have a concern
That
about?
would be
Which
the
corner?
north, yeah, that's the northeast corner of 99th Street and Leavenworth Road that the city owns, not that the racetrack owns, but the city owns that property.
Okay.
It goes from the main entrance of the racetrack all the way over to 99th Street.
Okay, so that's the area that we're looking at that is for the potential retail, correct?
Yeah. And right
Okay.
now it's just overgrown, ugly looking, weeded property.
Director
by the
Hand,
city.
Director Hand, do you want to comment on that?
I'm Linda Higgins, principal at Resurrection School. Normally at this time, we would be gathering.
I'm not sure where that's coming from. Director Hand, do you want to go ahead and
Yeah, this is Director Hand. We can send someone out there to look at it and see if there needs to be any remediation done.
The question is for the builder, is that going to be part of the original development or do we wait on that?
Mr. Reese, can you address at what point does the retail portion from the main entrance west to 99th Street, where does that fall in the development in terms of phases?
So the retail itself would probably be a later phase, but with that, I mean, once the property is purchased, we would clean it up by mowing it and making sure that trash or whatnot is picked up.
So once the transaction is completed, then you'll assume responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of that.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Vaught, did that answer your question?
That's one of the questions.
Okay,
My
continue.
next comment is that I think the landscaping is very, very attractive, and I'm looking forward to seeing that along Leavenworth Road. I do have a question about the sidewalks. I was told at the meeting that the sidewalks along Leavenworth Road would go all the way to 91st Street. I just wanted to confirm that.
Mr. Reese?
The sidewalk, and if I said this at the meeting, I apologize. The sidewalk would go along our property, which would be from 99th Street all the way to, I don't know if you can see my cursor, to
I'm seeing what you're saying.
our property line, which is right here. That's the intent and what is shown on the plans currently. And then we're also providing a sidewalk along the east side of 99th Street.
Well, I would just hope that the city would see fit to extend that sidewalk all the way to 91st Street. That made a beautiful addition to Leavenworth Road along there.
Okay.
My next question is about the donated property. I think that's great. I'm looking forward to it. Me and my family use the trails there, and having that landscape and with the city, I think will be an extreme benefit. I'm just curious, as people from out of town, or not out of town, but out of the area use that, will there be parking for that? The donated property.
Director Hand, can you address that question at this stage?
This is Director Hand. I know that those negotiations are still ongoing with Parks and Economic Development. I believe the intent is for it to be included as part of the existing facilities, sort of just on the other side of the property, north and east. So no, I think that the intent is only to add trails and as an extension of the existing facilities at Wyandotte County Lake.
My next comment would be that I think one of the other benefits of this that nobody's talked about is having development along there. I am hoping will stop the racetrack that emanates from 91st Street stoplight up to 99th Street. We constantly hear drag racing out there, and the Sheriff's Department spends a lot of time, and I appreciate their efforts to try to keep traffic in that kind of activity from going on. I think that'd be a tremendous benefit to all of us. Would like to say that I own 37 acres and my son owns 3 acres. So we have a total of 3 homes and 40 acres. And we support this wholeheartedly and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Vaught. Ms. Parker, before I forget, I wanted to call upon you. You said you had a letter that you wanted to read into the record of support for the project.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. My name is Greg Kendall, President of Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. Planning Commissioners, I am submitting this in support of the rezoning request with stipulations for property at 9700 Leavenworth Road. The current site has not been utilized in nearly 15 years, is in significant disrepair, and is not providing a value to the community. In its prime, this commercially zoned site had parking spaces for 5,000 cars for events that lasted well into the late evening hours. The project being proposed may have 3,000 employees over a 24-hour period. Today, we have an opportunity to revitalize the site with a developer who has a plan that provides value to the community and, in our opinion, addresses the primary concerns related to the zoning change. The site itself sits along Kansas 5 Highway, which is a truck route by state standards. The developer has agreed to make improvements tied to stoplights as required by the Kansas Department of Transportation at both 103rd and the main entrance. We do not believe trucks will flow to the east on Leavenworth Road, despite being a truck route, because there is no efficiency in going that direction. The developer does require a heavier zoning because of the need for flexibility related to structure height needed to accommodate logistics facilities and time of operations. To offset the heavy zoning, the developer has agreed to covenants on each plat prohibiting manufacturing uses, and the developer has planned to lower the overall site within the development so that less of the buildings can be seen. It should be noted that the existing dilapidated buildings are approximately 60 feet tall today. The developer has agreed to multiple improvements to the site that benefit the surrounding neighbors and the community, including sidewalks along 99th and Leavenworth Road, improvements to Hurlbrink, actual landscaping along 99th and Leavenworth Road versus the brush that exists today, a better tall berm along 99th, a commitment to give approximately 80 acres of land that includes Bennett Lake to create a community benefit and provide additional buffer to Wyandotte County Lake. land designated on the corner for the creation of a neighborhood retail development and additional buffering, and prohibiting trucks from 99th Street and allowing for only cars to enter from 99th Street. This kind of logistics development is found adjacent and nearby residential areas here in Wyandotte County and throughout the Kansas City region. Locally, we have seen this recently with the Amazon Fulfillment Center that backs up to homes along Speaker Road. Like this project, the client agreed to numerous stipulations to meet neighborhood requirements. The result is that all homes along Speaker Road and that touch the Amazon facility have seen increased appraised values since 2018, with the median increase being 19%. There are homes in the area, but there is also commercial land for development along Leavenworth Road on the opposite corner. There are baseball fields with bright lights and the sounds of people cheering, cars coming and going late into the night, and the site is within 1 mile of an interstate on a truck route, K5. While there would be a change to the master plan, the reality is the master plan for the area is outdated and does not meet the land use needs of today. Logistics drives our economy currently. Having locations like this that are unproductive and that can conform to the surrounding community while utilizing the infrastructure and assets that already exist makes good sense. From a purely economic perspective, even if you take out the property and sales tax generated from this development, we need the logistics industry to keep growing in our region. If the pandemic has proved anything, it's that we need to keep the supply chain operational. We are fortunate to have developers who want to invest in our community and be good neighbors. This project site can do what it was designed to do, help move people and goods as quickly and efficiently as possible while complementing the neighborhood with sidewalks, street improvements, landscaping, additional parkland, and retail development, not to mention job creation and new property taxes. We support this project and urge you to do so as well.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to public comment, and I'm going to go to Taylor Aycock. Taylor, if you go ahead and unmute your mic and then go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, this is Taylor Aycock. I own property at 3500 North 99th Street there, directly to the west of the property in question. I am in support of this project. A couple of things that I would like some clarity on in regards to building B. In the original drawing that came out, it showed building B to be 76 feet tall, I believe. The statute, from my understanding, for M2 is somewhere around 40 feet tall. We were told that to offset this, they were going to drop the grade. I know it's been mentioned a couple of times. Obviously, that's not being lowered by 30 feet. What is the proposed grade cut for building B in that area? One. And I also noticed on the pictures that were given, the renderings, that building B along with building A, building C, building D all seem to be roughly the same height, or at least they were flashed through fairly quickly. But I know for those of us on 99th Street, the height of building B is a concern. Can you address that firstly?
We're going to go ahead and take all your concerns, and I'm going to go back to the developer to get answers to all of these questions at once. So, I've got your question regarding the heights of the buildings, and then what else can I get an answer for you on?
Okay, Also with the entrance off of 99th Street, the northmost entrance, you say that's secondary entrance. I'm just looking at this. There's no possible way that one primary entrance to this facility with 3 million square feet of warehouse is going to suffice. I mean, just like this is a huge bottleneck. I'm going to assume that 99th Street's going to have to be improved, and hopefully everyone can see that. What will we be looking for, like turn lanes in the center, or into what point, and what discussion has been, at what point is that discussion? Also, back to Joe Vought's comments on the sidewalk on Leavenworth Road and 99th Street. The developer stated that, and he did point down to the west corner there of his property that he's purchasing, but they did say, you know, we're going to put sidewalk on the property that we own to the point, but you know, as soon as they purchase it, if they give the land over to Wyandotte County, does that sidewalk program stop after the entrance? Can we get some guarantees that it's going to go all the way to the end of the purchased property, even if they donate the land immediately?
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that.
Okay. Also on the CP1, CP2 development, I understand that once they purchase that property, they'll mow it. At what point will they start building pad sites?
And I think that question's already been answered, sir.
Okay, can you answer it again? I must have missed that.
That's going to be, it's not going to be developed in the first or second phase. It's going to be toward the end of the development process.
Okay, so no pad sites immediately. Okay,
correct.
And what is the purchase price per acre or per foot or however it's calculated? Because I know that 40 acres being purchased from the county, and at what rate is that? What is that purchase price per acre or per foot? What they're paying for that? And with that, that's it. Those are my questions.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and now, Mr. McBride, did you have additional questions that you wanted to answer? Or excuse me, that you wanted to ask?
Yes, so there's no truck stop going in the southwest corner of the facility?
That's not a project that we're talking about this evening, nor is that a project that's being considered at this time, sir.
Where those buildings are in that?
I don't know what project we're here to talk about the Woodlands projects, and there's nothing being proposed for that site tonight.
Well, they said they're going to build, have buildings there, facilities for the people to use. So I was.
There's been no mention of a truck stop in this presentation tonight, Mr. McBride.
Okay, well, but they also said Amazon is not coming in, and I've heard it is.
I can't answer something that hasn't been discussed in the program this evening. That's not something that was discussed. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was asking if there's a truck stop is planning on coming in that southwest corner.
There has not been a truck stop discussed on the Woodlands property, sir. That's the only thing I can answer for you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to, I guess that's the last one. Is there, okay, that's the last people that I have showing to speak. Mr. Kofer, you're with the development firm, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got your hand up, so I just wanted to, is there something that you wanted to say?
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you for having us. I let Seth run through the presentation. I had a surgery today, so I didn't know if I'd be on the call, but we do certainly appreciate the opportunity to do this. And I just wanted to make sure I stated that we've been really, really happy to work with the UG. They've been good to work with and can look forward to continuing to do so. So
Okay.
That's all. Thank
Okay,
you.
and I'm going to go back to Mr. Joe Barnes. I think you had a follow-up question that you sent to me in the chat. Mr. Barnes? Joe Barnes, did you have another question that you wanted to ask?
Sorry, I was trying to get unmuted.
That's
Yeah.
all right.
Just a couple of things that I wanted to follow up on is the entrance to 99th Street. It's a residential road. It's 2 lanes. It's small, and when UPS had their truck transfer property over there, they primarily used 435 to Donahue exit to 99th Street and then back through 99th Street. So I just want to confirm that 99th Street will not be the primary entrance and that all delivery addresses will be through the Leavenworth Road. So they use Google Earth or MapQuest or whatever that they follow that entrance instead of anything else. And then just wanted to follow up one more time on the discussion of the north property of donating that tract of land from 99th to Hurlbrink Road and back down to the property down by Bennett Lake, that would be donated to the lake property as well.
Okay, we'll get you an answer to those questions. Is that
Thank
it?
you.
Thank
Yep.
you. Okay, I want to go back to Mr. Reese to address some of these questions. First off, start off with Mr. Barnes's request regarding the use of 99th Street. Is it your contention that 99th Street is not going to be used for truck traffic?
Yes, that is our intent, and that is the plan. Truck traffic would all be on Leavenworth Road. We heard the neighbors' concerns, and the intent is that Leavenworth Road out to 435 would be the access for trucks.
And I'm going to follow up with another one of the other gentleman's questions. Due to the size of this project, is 99th Street going to be needed for traffic for egress into the property other than for employee vehicles?
So 99th Street is purely for employee vehicles and then emergency vehicles, the northernmost access point.
Okay. Going to the height of the buildings, can you address what are the heights of the buildings?
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, the contention was that one was 76 feet tall, and what you kind of addressed the sight lines and things like that, but I guess maybe could you address the height of the buildings?
Yeah, so the building B is the taller building right now, and just so everybody, building B is not a done deal. That's just tenant dependent. It's not most buildings of this like this are not 76 foot tall, but assuming that building B does come, the tenant for that does come, that is why that building is so tall. And that 76 feet actually does include the 4-foot dock as well. So I think, I don't remember his name, I apologize. He was asking how we've stepped that down the site. So building B, the finished floor elevation would be 964. And then along 99th Street, kind of in the middle of building B, you're roughly at 970. So it's stepped down, and then we have a 20-foot berm in between it. So that's how we're able to screen the building, which was shown on the images and the video along Leavenworth and 99th Street.
Okay, and also could you address the sidewalks going to the east of the property? Again, since you're donating that property, are you guaranteeing that regardless of the donation of the property to the unified government, you will pay to have the sidewalks put in to the end of that property?
To the end of our property?
To the end of the property that you're purchasing now, regardless of the donation to the unified government.
Yes, we will, even though we're donating this property to unified government, this trail sidewalk would still be constructed from our easternmost entrance to our currently the property line right here.
Okay. And then finally, I'm sorry, I guess that was the last question that we need to get clarification on. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to those that want to speak in opposition. Now, if you don't want to speak, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to register your opposition, that is fine too. All you need to do is when I call upon you, you can just give us your name and address and that you're opposed to the the project, and we will make note of your opposition. You don't have to testify if you're not comfortable. Okay, so those of you that are opposed to the project, if you go ahead and raise your hand, I will start calling on you. I'll start off with Karen Lauber. If you please give us your name, Ms. Lauber, and your address and your testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Janet. Before we start that, can we get a hand count of those that are in opposition?
Okay.
And then the ones that want to speak, then everybody can lower their hands, and then those that want to speak can raise their hands.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do is everybody that is in opposition to the project online tonight, please raise your hand. And then once I get a count, then I will lower those hands, and then I will ask for those that want to speak. And for those of you that want to speak, I will ask you to raise your hand again. So those of you that are on the call that are opposed to the project, please raise your hand electronically. Okay, Janet, I have 6.
That's
people
what
in
I have
opposition.
is 6.
Okay. All right. I'm going to lower everyone's hands. And for those that want to speak, please raise your hand. But right now I'm going to go to Ms. Karen Lauber. So Karen, if you guys give us your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Karen Lauber. I live at 3120 North 99th Street. This would be the second house north of the intersection of 99th and Leavenworth Road. I am registering opposition to the project insofar as lifestyle at my home and the future value of my property. I do understand that the Woodlands property is laid vacant for a long time and that the county has a desire to build some revenue off of that. Having said that, when I bought this property in 1985, November of 1986, the property across the street was a farm. When the Woodlands went in, being so close to the intersection here, the 99th Street was widened to 4 lanes and a median was put in, so I now have to make a U-turn to get into my house. The property immediately to my south, which is closest to Leavenworth Road, was a revolving door rental property until just a number of years back when we finally had somebody move in that bought it and who's actually put in a lot of money into their home, trying to improve it and had made a commitment to live here. So my concern is that while there will be a berm as you continue up 99th Street, the view from my house and my neighbor's house to the south, should this retail development come in, will be at the back of these buildings. And not knowing what that retail may be, could be a gas station, et cetera. We were also told at the neighborhood meeting that this would be a 24-hour trucking operation, 24/7. And when UPS was delivering and Ford was parking their trucks over there, being so close to the intersection here, even though the truck traffic's coming in at Leavenworth Road, with a light here and these houses being nearly 50 years old, and despite the fact that I've put in new windows to try to block noise, the noise of the trucks coming up and down Leavenworth Road was incessant through the night. Disturbed sleep, we couldn't sleep, and then finally some concessions were made to have that stop at 7. So my opposition is to basically having my home value rendered worthless by the proximity to the intersection of the proposed project, and that I would expect that the builder and or the city would take into account the neighbors closest to this and closest to the intersection that won't have the benefit of the berms, to have some compensation or a buyout offer for the home. I would gladly sell, and the city can, and the builder can put in whatever they want across the street. But we paid for the house. We've lived through the Woodlands, the various iterations, the trucks, the trash, the noise, and if something is going to go in now, I would just hope that we would be made an offer. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauber. Okay, I will now go to Judy Laster. Ms. Laster, if you'll go ahead and unmute yourself. Ms. Laster?
I'm
There you
here.
go. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Judy Laster. I live at 3205 North 99th Street. I actually rent the old farmhouse on the Woodlands property. I have several questions for Scannell Properties. First, what is your intent for destroying my home? Second would be, do you have tenants already established, or are you trading one empty eyesore for another? The third being, I live where building B is going to be built. That is designated for an office building, which during COVID is, the trend now is from working at home. That's going to be an empty building. My next issue is that if that donated property to the Wyandotte County, can the county promise that there's going to be trails, or will it just be empty brush as it is now? And when the Woodlands was built along 99th Street, there was designated a 1/4 mile buffer zone between the business and the residential. I am worried about the houses along 99th Street and their property values. And then you say that the trucks will only use the 99th Street entrance. Then why have the other two entrances? And I'm sorry. This house that I live in is over 100 years old. It has historical value. It is originally the Brunker Farm. It was the first self-contained farm in Wyandotte County. I believe it has significant historic value and value to the county. I just want to know what your plans are, what the time frame is before you destroy my home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laster. We'll get you some answers to your questions. I'm going to now go to, it only says Laurie, L-A-U-R-I-E. Laurie, if you'll go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and give us your full name and your address, please. Laurie? Laurie, I just need you to unmute yourself there. Go ahead and unmute yourself and give us your name and address, please. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person, Taylor Clark. Taylor, if you'd go ahead and go ahead and unmute and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Kate Clark, and I live at 4330 North 93rd Lane. And I just want to voice my opposition. I feel like it's a residential area, and while there's a lot of parts of this plan that I think would work well with residential, I feel like the trucking warehouse doesn't. And because it's the first phase, I'm the most concerned about changing zoning for this enormous project and not having plans for all of it. And I'd like to, I hope that it can stay commercial and business parks without being the trucking warehouse.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess another concern of mine is that, you know, by changing the zoning, it could be a slippery slope to change a lot of the area that's adjacent to it as well. And that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Laurie. Are you able to unmute? I saw that it was unmuted at one point. Okay, I'm going to go on to Mr. Ed Pitko. Ed, please go unmute your phone and, or your device and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Watch down there if he cuts us off again.
Laurie, I'm going to come back to you in just a second. I'm not going to mute you or anything. If you can just hold on, and I'm going to go to Mr. Pitko. Mr. Pitko, if you want to go ahead and unmute your phone, please, or unmute your device. Okay, there you go. Go ahead and give us your name and address, Mr. Pitko, for the record. Mr. Pitko? Mr. Pitko, you're unmuted. If you go ahead and just give us your name and address, please. Okay, while Mr. Pitko is trying to get his microphone ready, I'm going to go back to Laurie. You're unmuted. If you go ahead and just give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Okay, I am total opposition.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I need your
sorry.
name and I need your name and address, please.
Sorry, Lori Torres, 9828 Donahue Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. I'm in total opposition of this whole industrial park. I have a couple of reasons why. In 2013, the UG was sued by the EPA for violating the Clean Water Act. Wyandotte County Lake is referenced 11 times regarding discharge of pollutants and periodic inspections during construction for upstream erosion and sediment control. The state of Kansas 2020 303D report of impaired waters ranks Wyandotte County Lake as high priority for impaired use of aquatic life due to eutrophication, which is excessive nutrients in a lake. This is frequently due to runoff from the land, which causes a dense growth of plant life and death of animal life from lack of oxygen. Bennett Lake, which is going to be your holding pond, cannot choose what pollutants to release in the watershed to the lake. There will always be runoff, which the sewers can't control. How is Scanel going to protect the lake from oil, gas, salt in the wintertime, fertilizer, construction sediment from these mystery warehouses, and any other pollutants that can further impair the lake? I would like to know, how are they going to control the runoff, especially during the construction? We don't need the silt. We don't need any pollutants in Wyandotte County Lake. It's already sick. Now, do you want to answer that question? Because I have more.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get you answers. So I'm going to ask, the question I'm going to ask is about protection of the lake and runoff. So what else do you have?
Okay, on page 4, question 5 asks, will the industrial park injure marketability of nearby property? The zoning response is may injure visual quality or marketability if not fully screened from public view. My response, our property will decrease in value. Who wants to buy a house next to a noisy, smelly, semi-tractor trailer industrial park, knowing more noise, smell, and traffic congestion will increase over the next 5 years? And that wall that they have up, that is ugly with a capital U. That's atrocious. It looks like some kind of wall for a prison. On page 4, question 6 asks, will the industrial park increase road capacity and safety? The zoning answer, it will significantly increase passenger and over-the-road trucks and adversely affect road capacity on both 99th and Leavenworth Road. During the neighborhood meeting, I asked Mr. Coffer, why don't you just use one entrance, the one on Leavenworth Road? Keep the traffic off of 99th Street. He said it's a safety issue. I'll tell you what the safety issue is. The school children loading and unloading on 99th are the real safety issue. North 99th Street has only one wet lane in each direction, north and south. There are no sidewalks, and it is not a major arterial street. There will be vehicles, and I'm sure some of them are gonna not do the right thing and bypass the school buses when they're picking up kids. That's a big safety issue. We've got to protect these children. And if they have to use one entrance, they got to use the one entrance. Our children are more important than these mystery warehouses. Okay. All right. On page 20. Yes.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. You guys want to accept the 70 acres from Scannell? That's not right, because you couldn't even take care of 34 acres. You're going to get, no, not 70, it's 97 now. You make more in tax dollars by letting Scannell pay the taxes on that. That's crazy. You couldn't take care of the 34 and you want 97 more? That's not right. And why do you call this a commercial park when 95% of it is industrial? Because industrial does not fit in the Piper Prairie master plan. And if you accept that 97 acres, you accept the liability of Marshall Creek, the watershed, and all the runoff from Scannell property. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and go to Jamie Braun. Jamie, if you'd give us your name and address.
Excuse me, hold on. After I get done, do you have me on mute?
No.
My husband would like his 5 minutes worth.
Okay, I will come back to you in just a moment.
Okay, thanks.
Jamie Braun.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
All right. Thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Jamie Brand. I live at 3124 North 99th Street. So I am the corner house at the northwest corner house at 99th and Leavenworth Road. So Karen Lauber spoke earlier this evening, and I am her next door neighbor. We've been here for 13 years. I've actually been a resident of Piper since 1993, but purchased my own home 13 years ago and love where I live. I actually don't mind looking across the street and seeing, you know, the nature and animals living in that property. My big concern is the safety of our children along 99th Street. I do know that there's going to be sidewalks put in on the, what would that be, the east side of 99th Street, but that doesn't mean anything for the west side of 99th Street where a lot of these bus stop routes would be. So you've got possible, and I know they say they're going to use Leavenworth Road entrance for trucks. We would be silly to not notice that there's easier access on 99th Street from Donahue to those back buildings. So that's a concern. I know that they're saying that's only for emergency personnel or employees, but I don't see that being the case. I'm going to be directly across the street from the commercial property. Not too pleasant or happy about that. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars to improve our property over the last 13 years. And I want my son to go to Piper and be safe at his bus stops. I don't see that happening. I also do have a concern on Building B. Again, all of their paperwork states 76 feet in height. So are they planning this building underground or lower than the visual line at 20 feet?
Okay, we'll get you an answer on that.
Okay. Because a 20-foot berm would definitely not cover that 76-foot tall building.
We'll ask him to go over again how that Building B is going to be structured in addition to the 20-foot berm.
Okay, so again, to bring up 2004, the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan, of course, I know that that was made 16 years ago. I understand that things have changed and maybe we could use this property for something else. but that was geared towards entertainment, retail, or commercial for this community of Piper. So an M2 industrial, general industrial park, I'm completely opposed to. I do not think this is fair to all the residents that live along 99th Street and or Leavenworth Road. The noise pollution, the fumes off of the semis. For example, when they were holding the trucks and having all these transport semis with 6 Ford trucks being stored there, it was hellacious. And at that time I had a newborn baby. And let's just say that the sleeping at this house was very much disturbed. And so I see that being a problem again with us being at this intersection. Let's see. I also have my sister here who would like to maybe have her 5 minutes if at all possible. She lives along the street as well.
I will call on her. I just need to get her name, and I'm going to go ahead and call on the other people that have already raised their hand first. What's her name?
Okay, Christy Soptic.
Okay, I'll come back to her in just a moment. Is that all you had to say, Ms. Brand?
One thing, Mr. Carson, I appreciate it.
Sure.
So my whole thing is there's a lot of other land that's zoned agricultural or even commercial in the area of KCK that could be used for something like this. So that would be my question to Scannell is why disturb all the residents on 99th and Leavenworth Road for this particular spot when there's available land at Walcott and 435, available land at I-70 and K7, Indian Springs is available, you know, all of these other areas that would not disrupt our living and what I thought would be my forever home at 99th and Leavenworth Road.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Jay Greer. Jay Greer.
Yes, I'm right here. My name is Gina Greer. I live on 11937 Leavenworth Road. And I have seen, I was for this until I like the idea of the trails and the park. I was for it until I had seen Mr. Hand say that it will increase traffic. And I have been here since 2011. And my son goes to Piper, and we have been working on sidewalks, trying to get sidewalks near, because we are one of the families that do walk to Piper Elementary with a few other families. And I'm worried that that increase in traffic will definitely cause more issue with kids walking and families wanting to walk to school. So that's all I have right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll get something like that addressed for you. Okay, I'm going to go to back to Mr. Torres. And then I'm going to go to Mr. Pitko because I never heard from Mr. Pitko.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Yes, Mr. Torres.
We had trouble earlier with our unmute. I had to go find some pocket change to put in the machine, but I think we're good now.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good evening. My name is Adrian Torres. I live at 9828 Donahue Road. We built our home 28 years ago. I'd like to register as opposition to this proposal. Mainly it deviates from the master plan in numerous categories. And in order to accept this, we need to ignore many of the provisions of that master plan. I'd like to talk about a few items in this position. In regards to the COZ petition 3226 planning report, item 13, page 6, it asks for development of such character that it could be used safely without danger to health or peril from fire, flood, erosion, excessive noise, or other adversity. The answer from the Planning Commission is that the development can be used safely without danger to health and the issues, but they do say excessive noise, parking lot and building light and headlights may be further mitigated by increased berm, landscaping, and I'll go ahead and stop there. But I'd like to read from excerpts from a planning and zoning meeting reported date of January 25th, 2018, regarding petition SP 2008-8 for the same property. One of the concerned citizens that actually spoke this evening in favor of this had asked a question. Mr. Citizen, concern was that this was the first step to being turned into an industrial zone like Fairfax. He felt that this particularly relevant if the SUP turned into a long-term situation. And the response is that it was highly unlikely because the owner of the intended property had wanted to bring back the woodlands. Of course, legislation didn't let him do that. But the more interesting part of this report is the staff recommendation. Director Richardson stated that he would note for the applicant that even storing new cars or property as an industrial use is not permitted. Well, obviously they were asking for an SUP. He is not sure that the concerns by those present this evening can be overcome. Trucks and trailers are noisy, even when they do not use the exhaust brake. There is no good way the staff has found to account for the damage and tearing up of the streets when the streets are designed not for that type of activity. Leavenworth Road is an arterial street built to a standard that could accommodate a certain amount of that traffic. For the reasons listed in the staff report, the staff recommends denial. Now that was voted upon by the Planning Commission and it was denied. So that's something I think we should take into account that, if this denial was valid back in 2018, how can a 100-bay tractor trailer warehouse facility be acceptable? And this thing operates around the clock. I want you also to keep in mind that the entrance that they're going to be using for trucks somewhat sits in a bowl. So every time a truck leaves, whether it goes east or west, we'll have to start at low gear to crawl up the hill and more than likely hit a stoplight if it's moving west and start that process all over again. Now that's, every day of the year. So that's something that really should be concerned about. Now regarding item 14, page 6, the streets were addressed. The Planning Commission reported that the major street plan classifies Leavenworth Road as a Class A thoroughfare, and the master plan classifies North 99th Street as a major arterial. This is very misleading. The master plan definition that best describes 99th Street that borders this proposal is called a rural arterial. One lane of traffic each direction with drainage ditches on both sides. Now, in the proposal, if we were to install a 5-foot sidewalk on the east side, even doing that would not fit the definition of a minor arterial road in the master plan. And that's what this is going to become with this proposal. So I think we're missing an opportunity to do the right thing in our master plan. So I'm going to read the closing of the master plan called concurrency standards. Basically what they say is that we require property owners and developers to show the adequate facilities exist while they're doing this project, or they will be done nearby. It goes on to say that if a new development adversely impacts road capacity or service levels, it will be the property owner's responsibility to provide the necessary improvements before such development takes place. The timing of the development should take place.
You have 1 minute left.
Well, skipping to another article from the master plan, development should not be permitted to leapfrog or sprawl to new non-contingent sites, particularly where the infrastructure costs have not been borne by that development. Now, what I'm submitting is that 99th Street isn't a viable road for this type of a project and would need to be improved to be able to handle the increased traffic. Now, actually Olson was accepting of all things other than saying that the 99th Street North exit would be used for only emergency vehicles, but now we want to bring in employees. We're talking about over 600 employees using a neighborhood rural street off of an I-435 exit ramp. That's going to be a lot of traffic, and that traffic is going to be 3 shifts that are sporadic. So I don't think we should kid ourselves. A sidewalk down one side of the road is not going to meet the needs that we have. That's about it, really. I'm sure that I'm going to think of a whole lot more before we're done because I only got to page 6 before I ran out of time. So
Thank
in
you,
this
Mr.
first form, I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Okay, the last speaker I have on our list to speak is Christy Soptic. So if you'd please go ahead and unmute, then we'll go back to the applicant for some answers to some questions.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Christy Soptic. I live at 3816 North 99th Street. So I am in the northwest corner of 99th and Donahue. I understand the same concerns as everybody else as far as, with the semi trucks coming through. There is no way that you can guarantee that truck drivers will not choose that exit ramp to come down. Now, I live on the second house of that corner. That corner, I've lived there since 1993. My stepdad bought that house in the early 80s. My mother brought us out here in 1993 to have a better school environment. We lived on the Missouri side. So my sister Jamie and I and several other siblings lived there for many, many years. My parents then bought the house at 3808 North 99th Street. So they are the first house on that corner and I am on the second house. We are the only two houses on that corner. Unlike the people on 99th Street that would be across from them, they will have this 20-foot berm that is going to somehow keep some of the noise down. Unfortunately, I am on the opposite corner and I will not have any control over the noise. Now, that intersection is pretty noisy. A lot of kids racing up and down it. A lot of people walk. A lot of people walk their dogs up and down 99th Street and up and down Donahue. It is very frustrating to me that I'm going to have all of this noise and all of this pollution and all of this other stuff when I chose to buy this house, knowing that I had farmland to the right of me and my parents to the left of me and nothing else around besides cattle for the most part. So there is no way that if you approve this, that there's no way the owners of building C and the building B can control their truck drivers to not use the Donahue exit and then go into that entrance. There's no way you can force them to do that. So I'm concerned for my children. I do have an older child that lives there, but if I choose to sell that house, that is a 5-bedroom house, which is going to have other children there. Unfortunately, I'm concerned about the children and the ability of controlling the trucks going up and down 99th and Donahue to use that entrance. So therefore, I agree with multiple people that this is not the best scenario that we can come up with for this land. Since I've lived here since '93, I love this area. I love Piper, is why all of us are there, but I'm very concerned that I won't have any kind of noise, anything to stop the noise or anything to stop the walkers from getting back and forth. The safety of the walkers, the safety of the kids, there has to be improvements to 99th Street, sidewalk on the other side, something. So therefore, I am opposed to this. I don't think it is completely the best idea. I think there's other things we need to look at before we would approve it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Soptic. Okay, we're going to go back to the developer. Mr. Reese, can you address some of the concerns by the neighbors? And I don't know, have you been keeping a list of some?
I have some of them. I might have missed some, so I guess if you
I've
have
got some notes as well. So if you go ahead and start, please. Well, I tell you what, let me go through my list with you.
Okay.
A lady mentioned that there is a home that is on the property, the Woodlands property, a residential dwelling.
Correct. There is a home on the property that is part of the Woodlands tract that actually is for sale with this project. And
okay, so that property will be acquired, and
it will be acquired, and we'll have to work with the current owner and kind of figure out the logistics of that. But I can tell you that phase 1 of the project, I mean, we're not going to develop to the western part of the project is not going to be developed right away. So
there will be some time.
So
there will be some time before that property is being affected in any way.
Correct.
Okay. Building B. Okay, we talked about that. Trails. Let's see. The 99th Street exit. Can we please go back through the 2 entrances off of 99th Street? the need for those and how you're going to keep truck traffic off 99th Street from using those and how that's going to be worked out.
Yeah, so as I'd mentioned, the 99th Street is not going to be the truck route, and we can work with city staff to make sure that signage can be placed along 99th Street to notify trucks that it's not a truck route. So we'll work with staff on that, and then we also will work with the mapping companies, Google and whatnot, to try to make sure. I mean, we can't guarantee. I know the neighbors know that, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the routes are directed to Leavenworth Road access.
Okay. Can you also address runoff? I know somewhere that I read about a filtering system, but there was a comment about protecting the lake from runoff during the construction phase and then afterwards.
Yeah. So runoff is a big item. I know when the Woodlands was developed, there wasn't a lot of EPA requirements for construction runoff. That is not the case now, and we will meet all the federal and state requirements to filter the water before it exits our site. So that's during construction. We're going to have sediment basins throughout that the city staff's going to review, and we actually have to send that to the state KDHE to review as well. So we will meet all the requirements on that. And then as far as the final stormwater, as I mentioned before, we actually are providing, I don't know, I may not have mentioned, we are providing some detention basins on the property that will actually direct the water to those and filter the stormwater before it releases off the site. So we will be filtering the stormwater before it exits the site, something that currently is not being provided on the existing project.
Okay, and once again, can you discuss the elevation of building B with a 20-foot berm, and then you've got a 76-foot building? Approximately how many feet, or I mean, how far down are you going to be going into this bowl, or from the original lay of that land?
Yes. So on building B, the berm is about 120 foot wide from 99th Street to the curb on this side. So we're able to get a 20-foot berm, and then the building's actually a little 380 feet away from the street. So by setting it back that far, I'll show you this. This is one of the plans that are in the submittal for sightline. We actually have a sightline section along in this area for building B, and it shows just based on this alignment number 3 is actually the one that goes next to 99th Street. And it shows that based on just the berm itself, this doesn't even include the landscaping, the sight line of somebody that's on the new sidewalk looking out actually is, you just see the very top of the building, if that. So when you add the landscaping in, that will only help it. So that, and as I mentioned, we stepped building B down in elevation. The finished floor is 964, and as you can see at this location, 99th Street is close to 978 elevation approximately.
When you say that, are you talking feet? Or are you talking?
No, yes, that's feet. Sorry. So hopefully that made sense.
So if the building is 76 feet tall and you've got it lowered down to 960.
Yeah, so 960 is the elevation above sea level of the area. So
and with all due respect, I don't think anybody that lives out there cares about sea level. They care
Right.
about what they care about, the level at which they can see the building.
Here, let me do the math for you real quick. Well, as you can see, the sight line right here, you do not see the building, and which was shown also on that video. The building is screened.
So
And
according to
by
your drawing
shifting-
there, the dotted line that goes above the shaded area is what you can see above
That
the
is
berm.
a sight line. What that is a 6 foot tall person standing on the sidewalk, looking out, and we had that sight line stop at the top of the berm, and because that's your sight line, and it basically goes to the very top of the building. When you add the landscaping in, which is going to impair the view, and that will only improve the situation.
Okay. And can you go ahead and go through your list of issues to?
Yes, I will. So there was somebody that mentioned, well, trucks on 99th. I think we've discussed that. Sorry, bear with me. I'm looking through pollutants, markability of property. And Sean kind of mentioned this in his presentation at the neighborhood meeting, that a lot of they do projects all around the country, and a lot of times these developments actually increase property values. With that, I mean, we are setting back the buildings a substantial amount. As I mentioned, building B is 380 feet from the road, and then building A's, the building itself's over 1,000 feet from Leavenworth Road. So we're setting it back to provide that buffer, and then create a nice landscape area, which will help increase values. Regarding Mr. Torres and the master plan, that he's right. Currently, it is not an allowed use. That is why we're asking for a master plan amendment. I know that the SUP that was requested previously, I mean, the site, we are going to make substantial improvements to this property to make sure that it's brought up to code or exceeding the codes, which would not have been done on an SUP. You got to keep that in mind. We're providing substantial infrastructure improvements. And then regarding concerns with 99th Street, as far as improvements, as people mentioned, the sidewalk would be improved, and one of the conditions is that we're going to continue to work with staff, and any improvements that are needed on 99th Street will be provided with this project. So I hope I didn't miss any. I think that covered most of them. I don't know.
Okay. Is there any questions from the commissioners before we close and go to staff comment? Okay, seeing none, we will go to Director Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, do we have any type of traffic study done? The increase of traffic, do you have a traffic study done?
We do. We submitted a traffic study to the city and KDOT. And what people need to remember, I think some people are focusing on, currently the Woodlands property doesn't produce any traffic. What it used to be, as one of the people in support had mentioned, it used to provide 5,000 cars at once. Compared to what it used to be to now, I mean, it's different type of traffic, but it'd be comparable.
Okay. Other questions from the commissioners?
I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
No, well, that's why I'm asking. Other questions? You're a commissioner. Commissioner Connolly? You're muted.
I mean, what is the decimal points that's going to be the vehicles that's going in and out for as far as the noise, or will those berms buffer that noise? Do you know?
So that's part of the reason we made these massive berms with all the landscaping, is to buffer the sound, the light. I mean, we've made sure that there's not going to be people that are inside the development, the lights from inside the development aren't going to shine out into the public streets or whatnot. So yeah, the large berms are designed to buffer it from noise, light, basically everything, and then also obviously the views.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, before they was parking a lot of vehicles there before with transport trucks, and we kind of had some stipulations because once people go to sleep at night, so how many trucks do you think will probably come in and out after 10 o'clock at night till probably 6 in the morning? How many vehicles, trucks do you estimate or you assume? I know it's in phases, so you wouldn't actually have all of the numbers, but could you give me a estimate?
Yeah.
After 10 o'clock at night.
I am, I'm asking my traffic engineer right now. I don't know that. So traffic, he just sent me a message. He said that the traffic study analyzes the peak hours of the day, which is what the standard is. So as far as like at night, I'm guessing it'd be 100 or so, but that's a guess, I guess, to be quite honest.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions of the commissioners before we go to get staff comment? I did have one resident who lives across the street, Neela Bruner, who lives across the street on one of the first 4 houses on 99th Street off of Leavenworth Road. And she just messaged me to express her support for the project as a neighbor. So I'm going to go ahead and call on Karen Jones. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Mr. Reese, I know I understand you all have properties across the country, and there has been interest in the type of industrial businesses that will be at the property. I know you don't know right now for sure, but with having other properties perhaps similar to this, are you thinking about and or soliciting certain properties, and if so, or certain businesses, industrial businesses to be there? Because there seems to be interest in that. So are you seeking out anybody in particular, any companies?
So I know that, is that Sean, the chance? Seth Reese with Olson. I do know that they're reaching out to tenants for kind of distribution warehouse. So this would be tenants such as that would, you'd order something and then it gets sent to you that way. It's not manufacturing type tenants. I don't know if I'm answering the question.
It's logistics and warehousing, correct?
Correct.
Correct. This is Sean. I can answer that if I can give some more clarity to that.
This is Sean Kofer, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Jeff.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So we do, it's logistics and distribution. You're correct. So we do have some larger tenants that we do business with, most of your larger trucking companies. And then a lot of the companies that you'll see, sometimes some that we have, you wouldn't even really recognize their name because they do third-party distribution for your restaurants. And so they'll take part of the building and distribute to, they'll bring in trucks and then they'll distribute to a restaurant. You know, maybe some of them distribute to a Red Lobster, while some of them distribute to a steakhouse and things like that. So that would be some that we have like that are refrigerated type spaces. But we also go with a lot of the big retailers too. So your Home Depots, Lowe's, Best Buys, those are all kind of big tenants that we chase that do their own distribution. And so that's what we would be looking for. We try to do business with really good, reputable companies. We're not taking on a company that is a new fly-by-night group. We check credit. We check how long they would want to do a lease term. So we select businesses and propose to businesses that are in for a longer haul, a 10-year lease term, a 15-year lease term. Most of the time, we don't even entertain a lease term lower than that. Some 3 to 5 years, that's not something we typically chase. So we're looking for those bigger companies that have a great reputation, and that's really how we do it. Look at our things. So your beverage distribution facilities. I just finished one for Pepsi in the Indianapolis market. So we look for those type of companies, ones that you'd be proud of to have in your community.
Thank you. I appreciate that response, because it just seemed that some people were concerned about whoever might come might not subscribe to good neighbor type philosophies and rules and regulations. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and go to Director of Land Use and Urban Planning, Gunnar Hand, for staff comments and recommendations.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. My comments are going to take just a little bit because I want to make sure we hit all of our conditions. But to start, I wanted to sort of be clear that staff sees this master plan amendment, change of zone, and preliminary plat as a significant change to the existing use. As such, we stand by all of our conditions and would recommend their approval as written. Our conditions focus primarily on 2 issues. One is the preservation of the existing character of the site, which is why you've heard a lot about berms, maintaining ridge lines, maintaining tree stands to sort of shield the development from the site. If you drive by today, you really can't see the woodlands back there. And those structures, although they're much farther back than this building B, are as tall, if not taller, than the 76 feet. Additionally, we focus primarily on the traffic impacts and traffic improvements around it. I'll start with traffic impacts and improvements. As I go down my list of conditions, we feel strongly that 99th Street, as described by some of the members of the public, is primarily a residential road. Leavenworth Road was built to handle traffic like this. We highly recommend, as per our condition, that the northernmost entrance on 99th Street be used only for emergency exits and entrances. We understand that this would trigger a potential redesign of the internal circulation, which we could handle in final plan review. What we don't want is for this to become an intuitive way in and out of the property. On multiple projects, not of similar size, but of similar type perhaps, we've used these emergency exits and sort of positioned them in a way so that they're around the building and they aren't necessarily considered quote unquote the way. Based on the traffic analysis that we reviewed in-house, provided by the applicant, we don't see that that would be a major impact to traffic safety. In fact, we think it would improve overall safety of the project within the existing context if we pushed all of the traffic, whether it be employee or truck, to the main Leavenworth Road entrance. Our biggest concern is if designed as this, and I'm gonna steal the screen from you again, Mr. Reese, just to kind of go over the site plan here. As designed, if this L, better view here. There we go. Sorry about that. The sort of road that becomes this main L, designed to UG standards, but certainly a private street within their development, potentially would have a gate to close it off. Again, it's not how it is built and designed, it is how it is operated and maintained. The second that that gate is lifted up, it becomes another secondary entrance. We've sort of conditioned this approval so that at every final plan, we mentioned that this is a preliminary plat for 6 parcels. At each of those 6 final plans, we are asking for both a sightline study to be completed just like it was for this overall master plan, as well as an update to the existing traffic analysis. That traffic analysis at each turn, at each final plan of the 6, will specifically, as conditioned, will specifically look at the primary entrance on Leavenworth and 99th, Leavenworth and 103rd, where we have some current traffic issues for traffic crashes, as well as the length of 99th and specifically 99th and Donahue or Hurlbrink. We do, as a condition of approval, have requested the applicant to post signs along Donahue and 99th, marking it as a not a truck route. We believe that this will help from potential traffic from 435 over, as well as the closing of the 99th Street entrance that I talked about. As a point of clarification, the second 99th Street entrance farther to the south, closer to 99th Street down here, is for the retail node only. That existing driveway is approximately across from a currently commercially zoned property across 99th Street. So we don't necessarily have any issues with that as a secondary entrance to, again, a primary entrance on Leavenworth Road. Just to make sure we hit all the points on the traffic analysis, we are asking, or traffic conditions, we are asking specifically that and this was mentioned by the applicant earlier on, but just to clarify, we are asking that this intersection be signalized from the get-go. So that first final plan should and would include, if approved as conditioned, a signal here. We had been in conversations about potentially, because that is a rise in elevation from the main entrance on Leavenworth up to 99th, is a rise in elevation, that there could potentially be some sort of additional lane added. We think that's in sort of conflict with what we're trying to go for with the neighborhood retail center on that southwest corner of the property, right there at the northeast corner of 99th and Leavenworth Road. And in future phases, if a signal were required and it wasn't built from the start, that lane would be excessive and have to be removed anyway. So we thought we are asking that they fund, if approved by KDOT, as mentioned before, move forward with the signalized parcel from the very beginning. Additionally, along Hurlbrink Road, we've asked for, and still need to work through and can work through in final plan reviews, a final sort of right-of-way for additional right-of-way to be dedicated along Hurlbrink Road. As one of the members of the public mentioned, the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan notes that section. In fact, all of Donahue, all the way from the portion that's currently named Hurlbrink out to K7 as a parkway boulevard. And so we're asking that they continue to negotiate that with us, so that at a future time we could potentially build that parkway system, certainly have the public right of way. In the interim, we believe the 5-foot sidewalk / trail along Hurlbrink Road can fit within that that dedicated right of way, in the spirit of one of my previous comments, which is, instead of simply just grading all that stand of trees and adding a 5-foot sidewalk, you could meander that sidewalk as a true trail through the trees in line with topography to their property line, at which point when they dedicate that property, if and when they dedicate that property to the Parks Department, could be picked up as a trail for the county park. We are confirming a 12-foot sidewalk on Leavenworth Road, again, after it crosses the primary entrance to the east. That 10-foot sidewalk, again, it's a dedicated regional trail in our trails master plan. Could potentially meander, again, with the topography, but would need to stay somewhat close to Leavenworth Road and would terminate at the property line. The idea is such a development, any development would potentially induce development around it, at which time we would pick up, I think a member of the public mentioned that earlier, whenever this property was developed in the future, we would pick up that sidewalk and continue it on the 91st. That's just the standard protocol for the UG. We can't ask someone to build something on someone else's property. Additionally, with this new signal on Leavenworth Road, the property owner across the street had asked for, and so we can added that condition to provide some sort of screening of that property, which would probably get built into the design of that roadway. And again, that's something that would be pushed off until final plan development in the future, moving forward, but would certainly be potentially a part of that first first final plan for building A. I wanted to talk a little bit about the commercial node. Again, in the Prairie Delaware Piper master plan, this location is cited for neighborhood serving retail. As currently designed, it's basically a pad site. They do push, as per our commercial design lines, the buildings to the front, the parking in the rear and the side, which is much appreciated. But we believe that this will get more fleshed out and fully developed when it comes back as a final plan to be a true walkable neighborhood center as envisioned in the Piper master plan. And from there, the sidewalks and trails going north on 99th and east along Leavenworth Road would connect either to the park or to the surrounding community. It would be a truly, again, could be designed as a true amenity. We also believe that pedestrian connectivity from that retail node to the rest of this development could serve the working population. Specifically, better integration with building B is something that we cite in the conditions that we'll continue to work for and through within the future final plans. And then I wanted to also address something on 99th Street that the applicant had mentioned in their testimony, and typically our Public Works Department, who's on the call and can clarify if there's any questions moving forward on this. But typically when we're talking about roadway improvements, whether they're on 99th or not, again, we're not currently asking for improvements on 99th other than the 5-foot sidewalk on the applicant's property. But as future development occurs and they do additional traffic studies and we see that there is a need to improve 99th Street, we would ask that that would happen for the entirety of 99th Street, not just their side of that property. You can't improve a street, just one side of it, to improve that street as needed. So I think that's something that we wanted to clarify. I believe that I've hit most of my points that I wanted to address. If you just bear with me for 1 second before I can make sure I can address some of these if there's additional questions. Oh, I did want to mention one other thing. This is not included in our staff report, but we were recently notified by the Kansas State Historic Preservation Office that they had received a request for the farmstead on the subject property. I believe one of the public testimonies was the woman who currently lives on that property. And they are reviewing that property for historic status. That doesn't mean anything for this approval. It's something that we will continue to watch and get feedback from SHPO moving forward on, just as a point of clarification of that. But with that, again, we have been working with the applicant. They have been working with us on all these conditions. We do believe strongly that we need to move forward with all of these conditions as recommended to the Board of County Commissioners, but that is also why we recommend approval with those said conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Make a motion to approve. Staff stipulations.
I got a motion to approve by Commissioner Reasons. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Muller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is on the.
I'm sorry, this will be for a motion on the master plan amendment. Mr. Reasons, is that still your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Muller, is that a second to the master plan amendment approval?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So the vote will be on the master plan amendment for approval. Roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Nay.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Muller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, now I'll stand for a motion on the change of zone.
Make a motion to approve the change of zone with staff stipulations.
Second.
A motion to approve change of zone made by Commissioner Muller, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley. Nay.
Ernst, Aye. Yui?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the staff's conditions passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
And last, we need a motion on the plat.
Make a motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Mueller, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Conley?
Nay.
Ernst?
Aye.
Yui?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat with the conditions passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, 7:30, July 30th, before the Board of County Commissioners. Is that time correct, Janet?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, excuse me, July 30th, in front of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you all for your attendance and your comments tonight. And Janet, if you'll call the next case, please.
And Mr. Chairman, that takes us to the special use permit applications. The first one is SP-2020-36, Adrian Jasper with Elevate Enterprises LLC. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2017-67, which expired on January 25th, 2020 for a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 7540 Armstrong Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated May 14, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated May 14, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Is Mr. Jasper or his representative present?
Mr. Jasper or your representative, are you available? Mr. Jasper. Okay, we'll move on to the next case, Janet. We'll put this at the end of the agenda.
Okay. Our next case is special use permit application SP-2020-38. Kristen Ryman and Kate Lynch. Renewal of a home occupation special use permit number SP-2018-9, which expired on January 2, 2020 for short-term rental Airbnb at 2824 North 99th Terrace. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated May 14, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated May 14, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Okay, Ms. Lynch, I see that you're ready to go. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your renewal of your project.
Kathleen Lynch, 2824 North 99th Terrace. I recognize I'm coming up as Judge Kathleen Lynch, but I am here as a private citizen today. That just happens to be my Zoom picture. basically, we're just asking to renew the special use permit so we can continue to have an Airbnb room in our home to offset some of the costs of living in the Piper School District and paying the aforementioned taxes that go with that. If our permit is renewed, I haven't been notified. We've had our meeting. I have not been notified of any of the neighbors. Mostly the neighbors ask what can we do to help. I don't believe that there's ever been any complaints. We see ourselves as ambassadors to Wyandotte County. So we keep a list of local restaurants and local things to do so that the folks that stay with us try and spend their money. We try and direct their money to in Wyandotte County. And if we are approved tonight, I would just ask that we would be willing to pay an extra $15 or $20 so that 2 years from now, we don't have to get behind the Woodlands, because it's been 2 years in a row and we're still starting to feel like maybe we're just got bad luck when it comes to that.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Lynch? I guess I'll start because I know it's coming. The expiration of your renewal permit, your expiration date was January 2nd. Any issues with getting it renewed on time? Was it just an oversight?
It was an oversight. It was an email issue. It went to an old email.
No, they had it wrong.
Oh, they had the email wrong. That's right. Staff had the email wrong, or the city had the email wrong.
Okay, well, we've got to, but you'll be on top of this in the future, and that way you won't have to wait in line, right?
Well, we're just going to put it on my calendar so it
There you
will come
go.
up, so we'll know what to do next time.
Judges are good with calendars, I'm sure.
Well, judges' assistants are very good with calendars.
There you go. Other questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I am not seeing any, so I will close the public portion of the meeting and get staff comment.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. I am on the wrong, there we go. In our review of this, we didn't see any issues. They hadn't had any recorded violations of any kind. We did carry over the existing conditions from the previous approval, which is basically just a max for 5 guests. As the applicant mentioned, there's only one room that they are renting out on a short-term basis within the home that they live in. So we recommend to your approval, and I will also mention specifically that as per your all's comment over the last couple of meetings, we've added a standard condition for all short-term rentals, for all special use permits that specifically notes that they're to be in contact with us 2 months before their next approval, so that we can get them going on their application so that we can move forward. So we had mentioned before, not specific to this case, but in general, that we've been proactive this year trying to get everybody out there. We've added that condition to hope to clarify and put it on record moving forward that that's an expectation that we have, although it was kind of implied. It is now specifically a condition of all special use approvals.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Connolly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Mr. Ernst, Commissioner Ernst.
I just wanted to commend Mr. Ham for putting in the deadlines, if you will, something that people will need to adhere to. I think that will solve Mr. Connolly and I's concerns that arise quite often. And it's just a good, solid thing to have in there. So thank you, Gunnar.
Absolutely, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval with the conditions passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again at 7 p.m. July 30th in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next application is SP-2020-46. Noah Wambui with Ideal Auto. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2018-43, which expired on April 26, 2020, for a salvage yard and recycle used motor vehicle parts at 810 South 26th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated May 14, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated May 14, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
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 Is the
Mr.
applicant- Oh,
Excuse
I'm
me.
sorry.
That's right. Mr. Wambui, are you available? I need you to raise your hand if you're there. Mr. Wambui? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next case. Move this one to the end of the agenda, please, Janet.
Okay. Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-47, Patricia Soto. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2017-57, which expired on January 11, 2020, to keep one horse at 741 South 76th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated May 14, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated May 14, 2020.
Did you ask if anybody had any contact they need to disclose?
Oh, I'm sorry. Does anybody have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No. Ms. Soto, are you in the audience? Patricia Soto. There you are. Okay, if you could please unmute yourself, give us your name and address, and tell us about your project.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Please
Okay,
give
I'm
us your name.
sorry.
That's all right. No, you're fine. Give us your name and address and tell us about your project, what you want to do.
Yeah, my mom's address is 741 South 76th Street, Kansas City, Kansas 66111. And we just want to renew the horse permit since we did not know it expired January something, right? Because I don't know if we lost it in the email or something. We just we've had it since 2017 and it's renewed this is going to be our third time. And we just want to keep having our horse there. As you can see the pictures, he looks the same. And I don't know, what else should I say?
Okay. We'll ask if are there any questions for the petitioner? So the reason your permit expired was it was just overlooked and
It expires every 2 years. That's I think that's the deal. That's gonna be like if I get approved, it'll be another 2 years. So
hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. And
Okay,
it
we
should
just need you to keep an eye on that and along with the staff's help, but it is your responsibility to make sure that these get approved so you don't have to sit through these long meetings like this.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request tonight? I am not seeing any, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to get staff comment.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is an SUP just for a single horse. They did mention, the applicant did mention that this will be potentially their third renewal. As such, I would note to the commission, they do have the ability to approve this one up to 5 years, if you so choose. We've had no issues with this site. We have carried over, or with this permit, we've carried over some, again, the conditions from previous approval. I will also note that in this picture and as a condition of approval, we do talk a lot about maintaining ground cover, and as a function of maintaining ground cover, making sure that there's adequate water and food for the horse. So that's something we'd want to obviously keep them, make them keep watch on. But if the commission so approves, we would have no problem with a motion to approve for 5 years.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Okay, for what term, Commissioner Mueller?
The term,
2 or 5 years?
5.
Motion made to extend a special use permit for 5 years. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Connolly. Any discussion on motion to approve for 5 year? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Yuli,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application for 5 years, subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. We have one more meeting on this, 7 o'clock, July 30th, before the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Before you call the next case, Janet, does anyone need a break? 5-minute break? Or do you want to keep powering through?
Please.
Okay, 5-minute break, but it will be just 5 minutes. Okay, let's go. On your marks. Okay, Janet, looks like we have enough to go ahead and reconvene. So we'll go ahead and reconvene the Planning and Zoning Commission. I appreciate your patience while we take a short break. If you'd go ahead and call the next case, please, Janet.
Okay, I can do that. Next application is SP-2020-54, Rhonda Dumovich, special use permit for a small marketing and assembly business at 11552 Parkview Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 13, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 18, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dumovich. I've already got you ready to go. I apologize that we took that break right before your case. I know you saw the checkered flag coming right at you, and then all of a sudden I threw a little wrench at you. But anyway, I appreciate your additional patience. So go ahead and state your name and address, please, for the record. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Rhonda Dumovich, 11552 Parkview Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. And I have a business that I'd like to have in the basement. It's a one-man operation, no employees, no machines, no chemicals. I sell 1 or 2 of these units a month, and I take them to the UPS store for delivery. And that's about all I got.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. And I see Mr. Colbert. Mr. Colbert, would you please give us your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Chuck Colbert, 11530 Parkview Avenue, KCK 66109.
Okay. Go ahead.
I've spoken with the Dumoviches about this proposal. We are their immediate neighbor. We've gotten to know them very well. We see absolutely no problem whatsoever with this request. We already have UPS, USPS, and FedEx trucks in here on an almost daily basis. I see no change to our neighborhood. We're on a cul-de-sac. I don't see any impact whatsoever. We all know each other, the 6 families that live on this cul-de-sac. So we're in favor of it, and we'd like to see it get approved.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you also for your patience tonight. Any question? I'm sorry, anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Miss Linda Dickey, I've got you queued up to speak. If you just go ahead and unmute, give us your name and address, please.
3200 North 115th Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
And what is your name, sir?
Byron Dickey.
There we go. Thank you.
And we're also a neighbor and also in favor.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for your patience tonight. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
This is Gunnar Hinn, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This application came to us through the business license office because there is storage and minor assembly, but really mostly storage for business uses on the property. It requires an SUP. We see no issues with this problem. Recommend approval for 2 years.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Muller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard one more time, 7 p.m., July 30th, in front of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Our next application is SP-2020-61, Caitlin Cope with Motor Company LLC. Special use permit for auto sales at 2930 South 44th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 18, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Oh,
No.
Thank you. Ms. Coke, I see that you're ready to go. If you'd go ahead and give us your name, unmute your mic and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Yeah, hi, this is Caitlin. I'm 2930 South 44th Street in KCK, and we're just holding, well, we'd like to get a really small used car dealership. We're not talking about a big lot, just small quality cars, higher end. Pavel Razumovsky has been in the automotive industry for many, many years, and it's generational in his family. So there's a lot of knowledge behind his endeavors. And I think that's it. The parking lot's super well lit. There's a full surveillance system, so it's very safe.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding that you're going to be operating in a space inside an existing office and just utilizing the existing parking lot that's there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner? I just have one quick one. As far as marketing the vehicles, is this going to be done by appointment only? You're not going to be, these cars aren't going to be parked out in front of a main thoroughfare. They're not going to be having lettering on the insides of the windows or anything like that?
That is correct. It's by appointment only. The only thing that'll be in the windows is what's required for the dealer license.
Okay, so this is basically an internet sales dealership.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we'll open to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to the request? Please raise your hand. I am seeing none, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting and we will go to staff for comments.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is described as a boutique appointment only used car lot on an existing site. We did ask a couple of questions and that's reflected in our staff report about this somewhat unique situation where they're co-locating with another existing business. But we felt comfortable with the answers. We recommend approval for 2 years with a 10-car max, which the applicant agreed to.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Mueller, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Jones.
aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again at 7 p.m. on July 30th in front of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for being here.
Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-62, Jacob Lee, home occupation special use permit for a personal trainer and gym at 6135 Sloan Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 18, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
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 Mr. Lee, you're ready to go. If you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do.
Hey, good evening. My name's Jacob Lee, address 6135 Sloan Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. So I'm proposing to see clients out of my basement. And I believe there was a lot of limits that you guys had set for 4 clients a day max, 1 person at a time, and I'm totally on board with those. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I've got.
So you're in agreement with the staff report that you received?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the petitioner? I'm seeing none. I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone in the audience wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Just please raise your hand. I'm seeing none, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment. Director Hand.
Yes, it is. So, sorry. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. Again, this is another one that came in as a business license, but because he is having people over to his house, it needs a home occupation SUP, which is why we're here. In our back and forth with the applicant and the staff report, we came to the conclusion based on his questions to our answers that it would be about 4 people a day. We also specifically had 1 at a time. We also specifically noted that we would want all basically his clients to park in his driveway and not on the street preferably, and so we added that as a condition as well. Didn't seem to have any other issues. I will also note on this one, it does say 1 year, but home occupations can be approved for 2 years if the commission sees so fit.
Okay, questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I move to approve for 2 years.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Armstrong, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion for a motion to approve for 2 years? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. This will be heard once again at 7 p.m., July 30th, in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SP-2020-64, Trade B Environmental Services LLC, renewal of a special use permit number SP-2018-97, which expired on February 28th, 2020, for a 10-day transfer facility, non-regulated DOT hazardous materials and hazardous waste, and containers will be transferred from one truck to another. No transported containers will be kept inside the building at 1620 South 45th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, The staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020. The application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file. The notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 18, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lagrimas? I probably have the name wrong and I apologize. I see you on the call. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
I'm going to defer this to Robert Vaughn. I apologize, sir. He's going to provide the overview.
Okay, and I've got him. That's fine. I've got him scheduled to speak. Mr. Vaughn, go ahead and unmute yourself. Give us your name and address, please, for the record. Tell us about this project.
Bob Vaughn, and the address is 1620 South 45th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. This is a 10-day transfer facility. We've been operating at the site for a year. We do apologize for the miscommunication with respect to the renewal. We had a different time frame associated with this when our members were there at the commissioners meeting last January. So the operation is a 10-day transfer facility. As Ms. Parker had said, the material comes in on a transport truck. It gets transferred from one truck to another truck and then is sent from the Kansas City facility to one of our processing facilities. No waste is stored inside the building. And we've been operating. Everyone is happy with our operations in and around the areas. We had no comments during our public comment meeting. So we're happy to be in the Kansas City area. And we're open to any questions that any commissioners may have.
Any questions for the petitioner? I've got one from Commissioner Ernst.
I have two questions. One, last year when you applied, it was a little different in that this year you simply gave us a list of US EPA waste codes. Last year you gave us a 25-page document that listed arsenic, mercury, fluorine, cyanide, the rather hazardous chemicals that you handle down there. This board rejected it 9-0. I wondered why you went with the just waste codes this year as opposed to explaining the kind of things you handle.
When we were asked to resubmit the application, they had asked us for the types of hazardous materials, hazardous waste that we handle. And so we provided the list of EPA codes that are associated with that site's activity.
I found the 25-page document much more helpful myself in terms of knowing what you handle. You make a point of you don't store anything in the building. And I understand that, but what protections do the trailers have in terms of a fire? Since there's nothing in the building, there's no fire suppression, you're storing fairly dangerous chemicals. I know they're in containers, but you're storing them in a over-the-road trailer out in the parking lot. What would happen in the case of a fire?
Well, sir, the equipment with the transportation trucks when they're hauling down the road is the DOT approved transportation trailers. So what the transportation transfer facility provides by not having those containers inside the material, in the event there is an issue with that, that trailer can be moved, relocated if it's needed. Whereas if they were inside the building, then the situation would be contained there. So the trailer can be moved and moved away from an area if it's required, whether it would be a fire or some other type of incident associated with that trailer. And then, of course, then you have a limited number of materials that can be on a particular transport truck, which is significantly less than if it was inside a building.
Right, but in the case of a fire, does the fire department know the kind of things that you're storing in the trailer? That has always been my concern, is that they're not in any way supported by any sort of fire suppression or any protection. They're in a trailer. Now, it may be a trailer rated for that, but it's still a over-the-road trailer with hazardous chemicals parked in a parking lot.
Correct, but the identification of the material on the outside with the emergency response companies is identified by the placards on the outside of the truck, the DOT placards. So when you see a particular trailer with placards on there, that's identifying the materials in there. Emergency response organizations are trained and identify those types of placards on there. So when they approach a situation, whether it be on the highway or it be on a roadway or a street or at an industrial complex, the emergency responders are trained to identify the types of materials based on the placards that's displayed on the outside of the truck.
And depending on how big the fire is, they may or may not be able to see that. Would you consider informing, there's several fire stations in that area. Would you consider informing them what you have on hand so that they're prepared if they ever get a call?
Sure, that's one of our outreach programs at our facilities, is that we do contact and discuss what is at a particular site with that emergency responder, so they're aware.
So
Yes,
the station at 55th and Met is aware of what you keep on hand? The types of materials,
I'm sorry.
the types of materials you have?
We have provided our contingency plan that identifies the information that you saw with the local responder. So I will have to confirm 100% that that particular station has been identified. We have been in the Kansas City area for a few years. So I will have to talk and reach out with the site personnel, but we can certainly make sure that if that's someone, once the commission wants, that we'd be happy to do that.
I would just suggest that if this commission approves that someone add that stipulation, there's approximately 3 firehouses within a reasonable distance, that I would feel better if they knew what they were getting into if there was a situation. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. I have a Mickey Sandifer that would like to speak. Mr. Sandifer?
Yes.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Mickey Sandifer, 14201 Midland Drive, Shawnee, Kansas.
Thank you.
And I'm one of the family members that own that building and own the properties around there. This has been a very successful business, and we've done very well with them. A year ago, the unified government unanimously voted them in to be there, and we've been problem-free. And it's a good, dependable national company, and to keep our building rented, and we're very happy with them. And we would hope that you would consider giving them the permit. They had a paperwork problem, or there's something, I don't know how this slipped through from not getting filled out and filed again for them. But if there is any possibility of getting a longer term special use permit, it would be nice. But thank you for reviewing it and staying up with it. And I do agree with you that the fire department should probably be aware also. But thank you for your service in reviewing it.
All right.
That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. I have Joanne that would like to speak. Joanne, if you go ahead and unmute yourself, and then please give us your name and address for the record.
Joanne Hanson, 530 Terrace Trail East, Lake Quivira, Kansas, 66217. I'm sisters. I'm a sister of Mickey Sandifer. We own the building. This building has had a history, especially this end of it, of really bad tenants and not paying rent, and us not being able to, us arguing with the property taxes because no income was coming in. Even with COVID, they've paid the rent. And it is so nice that we can not argue about the property taxes because we've got renters paying their rent and income coming into both Wyandotte County and to our business, so that it's clean. The previous renters had it filthy. We drive by it all the time. If I call them with any questions whatsoever, they are quick to respond. They have just been wonderful renters for us. And we thank you guys very much for considering approving them. And thank you very much for your patience with all of us as we transition with all of our new and good tenants.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff. Director Hand for comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is again Gunnar Hand with Planning and Urban Design. As one of the members of the public noted, there had been no reported issues on this property. We did carry over several of the existing, or all of the existing conditions, including hours of operation. We sort of just folded in the operation and security plan from the previous approval into the record. So with, I think to Commissioner Ernst's points, they're essentially included by reference. So we do still have the file all the way back to the original approval for the special use permit that do note all that, all the materials that you had mentioned previously. I think we have no issue with Commissioner Ernst's additional condition as noted for reaching out to local emergency responders. I believe that was a part of the original operations plan, but if you wanted to confirm that in an additional condition, I think that would be okay. We are recommending approval for 5 years, but if there are issues still outstanding by the commission, that could be adjusted as well. It was requested by the applicant.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve with the mandatory chemical reporting to nearby emergency services for 5 years.
Motion to approve with additional stipulations for
Second.
5 years, made by Commissioner Mueller, Commissioner Armstrong, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion? Commissioner Reasons? I need you to unmute.
Yes, is this something that we can actually mandate that they contact the fire department on? Because I know that the EPA and them all have their stipulations, and now we're adding another thing. I understand the safety of understanding what's inside of a thing, but is that something that we as a body have the legality to add to this?
This is Director Hand, SUPs. We can add any condition that we want.
Okay, and it's not going to affect as far as dealing with EPA and stuff like that?
It shouldn't, especially since the applicant seemed willing to do it.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
Any additional questions for staff? I'm sorry, we're on discussion of the motion for approval for 5 years with the additional stipulation made by Armstrong, seconded by Mueller. Any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley, Ernst,
Nay.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, now motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 5 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report and the additional condition by the Planning Commission passes 7 in favor, and 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, 7 p.m. on July 30th in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
On behalf of Turb Debbie, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Thanks for your patience tonight.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to the street vacation application S-2020-9, Lorenzo Garcia. Vacation of a street at 3740 North 35th Street. Please, note for the Planning Commission members, the address in the staff report on page 1 is incorrect. It is correct on the agenda. The staff report states that the property is on North 5th Street, and that should be North 35th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated July 13, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 18, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Okay, I have Ms. Garcia is available and queued up to speak on behalf of her father, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Garcia, if you could please give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Linda Garcia. My address is 2751 North 22nd Street, Kansas City, Kansas 66104. And I am speaking on behalf of my father, Lorenzo Garcia. We are requesting the right-of-way vacation so that we could combine it with our other property surrounding that street, because our goal is to obtain 5 acres that we need in order for us to have our animals that we currently have, so that this could take us out of having a code violation. As you can see with these pictures, nobody has been through this street in many years. We have been taking care of this. As you could see, there's not a lot of weeds or anything like that anymore. We've gotten rid of the trash that was there. It used to be a dump site before. So we are requesting that this is approved. I know one of the concerns was that there is a property, I believe it's north, where that street comes to an end to. But I believe that there's other ways to enter the property. Like I said, nobody has ever accessed the street, and we have taken care of it ever since we purchased the other property surrounding it. And the reason why we didn't submit a replat and zone to agriculture with this is because I know that it is highly expensive, and they said that there was no guarantee that the right-of-way vacation would take place, and then that would just, not allow us to proceed or submit any other applications to zone it agricultural.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? I am not seeing any. I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I am not seeing anyone. I will go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting and go to Gunnar Hand, Director for staff comment.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant said, this is a mechanism by which they hope to come back for in the future for a rezone to ag, so they can get that minimum 5 acres and move forward without a variance. We've asked them to maintain the easement. We've notified them that they cannot build on that property, that portion of the property. If there were any future need to maintain access, the current property owner directly to the north accesses that property and her other parcel off North 33rd Avenue, I believe, North 33rd Terrace, excuse me. And it is the property owner to the north has 2 parcels. If that parcel directly north of this property were to ever get sold off by that property owner and they were not allowed access to that property via the North 33rd Terrace, the easement would be here to allow access for that property. That was our only real concern, and they had no problem with the easement, so we recommend approval.
Any questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this vacation application, subject to the staff conditions, passes. 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again at 7 p.m. on July 30th in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we go back, or we go to the last item on the agenda, can we go back and take care of these numerous applications that we moved to the
Yes,
end of the
please.
agenda?
Go ahead. We should have what, 4?
The first one is change of zone application 3211, Bobby Jean Thomas. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District to keep the barn, horses, and future cattle at 4520 and 4600 Parkview Avenue.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, Bobby Jean Thomas, are you in the audience tonight? I've got 2 phone numbers. I don't know who they belong to, but is Bobby Jean Thomas or her representative in the audience tonight to speak on behalf of this application? I'm not seeing anything or seeing anyone. Can we go ahead and go to the director to get your input, see what we want to do with this?
Yes, hi, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This one's a little interesting. We've pushed this case off. This would have been the 3rd time if we weren't to bring it. We had a little trouble getting responses from the applicant, who apparently lives out of state. This is 2 properties that we're talking about. Basically, they own the property to the, let me just get this here. They own the property to the east. They lease this property from the land bank. Currently, they want to secure this entitlement before they can secure buying the property from the land bank. We've had a couple of conversations with the Conservation District. They're concerned about the proposal to essentially clear some of this land for cattle. They don't think it's about 10 acres approximately. They don't think it's enough land for cattle, but they're okay with the horses. Currently, this is just a bunch of stables that Ms. Thomas rents out some of them to other horse owners. I think she has 1 or 2 horses of herself. She'd mentioned that she might move back and build a home on the property, but we're not sure. So this condition, the conditions of this approval are full with certain things, like if you grade a certain amount, you need a grading permit. If you clear a certain amount, you need a land disturbance permit. If you build a house with a mobile home, it's got to, address certain issues. Typically mobile homes that we consider permanent, we want them to bolt to the ground. So there's some additional conditions of that. We also talk a lot about consultation with the Conservation District moving forward if approved. So we feel confident that the conditions cover all the issues as we see them. But again, Ms. Thomas has been a little hard to come by. She did slip in the responses to our requests about a day before actually it was the day of the deadline for this one. But had she not done that about a week ago, we were going to bring this to you, recommend denial for being non-responsive. So.
Any questions for the director? If not, I will stand for a motion. So your recommendation is to approve?
We still recommend approval, but that was also assuming that she'd be here tonight.
And okay.
So I have a question. So Gunnar, we don't have any concerns about the lack of responsiveness and availability?
That's Commissioner Jones speaking.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
This is Director Hand. No, we have concerns. It took a lot to get what we've got in front of us. I would have preferred that she be here to represent her own case. It wouldn't be the first time that we recommended denial because someone didn't show up to the meeting. Again, she is an out-of-town owner, and Lisa, she needs to get a building. She needs to get a business permit because she's renting out stalls.
And this meeting does make it a little easier for her to attend, does it not?
It does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It just seems like it points to a lack of commitment here, that it just sounds like there's going to be trouble up ahead some kind of way with this.
Seeing no more questions for the director, I will stand for a motion.
Motion to deny due to not being available.
Motion is for motion is for denial from Commissioner Reasons based on no response from the applicant. Seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Ewing,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
I'm sorry, did she say aye?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Bowler,
Aye.
Polly,
Nay.
Reasons.
Aye.
Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this application for the reasons stated passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
I think there was one opposition. Was Polly, was your vote a nay? Commissioner Polly's vote was nay.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing some of the people tonight.
That's okay. So that would change the count 7-1, is that correct?
7-1.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, 7 p.m. July 30th in front of the Board of Commissioners. We got, what, 2 more, 3 more?
Oh, yeah, we've got
3.
1, 2, 3 more.
Okay.
The next one is change of zone 3219, Eric Ramirez Dubon. Change of zone from R1 single family district to AG agriculture district for multiple accessory structures and to keep courses at 3625 Emmons Drive.
Mr. Ramirez Dubon, are you on the call? One more time, Mr. Ramirez Dubon. Okay, I don't see him. Is there anyone in the audience that wanted to speak in favor of or opposition to this case? Not hearing from anyone there. I'm going to go to the director for his comments. I'm still showing you muted. I can hear you through Janet's micro. There you go.
This is Gunnar, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is about a approximately 6-acre site. Again, it's in the Sordor Drive area that we've been having some code enforcement issues and a surge in the last year. This is one of them that came up in addition to some of the others, very close to a couple other cases we've had in the last couple of months. Mr. Ramirez keeps his horse and sometimes some of his neighbors' horses on the property. When he acquired the property, he does not live on the property. When he acquired the property, it was a lot of illegal dumping. So in the course of cleaning it up, he sort of bought it like right at the point we were doing our surge in code enforcement. So he's been working with code enforcement. It's been an ongoing conversation. Some of the people that he hired to help clean up that site without his permission, he says, started burning some of the trash, and the fire department had been called out there. The fire department has expressed a lot of issues with this site and being called out for burns. There was another instance where Mr. Ramirez was out there cleaning up the site himself. He got cold. This was after the previous burn notice, and so he had a contained fire, and apparently someone from the fire department rolled up on him and issued a citation to him for the fire he had created to keep himself warm. So there's a lot of back and forth on this one. He has been working with code enforcement to keep it clean. We have sort of added conditions about if you were to add any buildings, about building permits, as well as keeping the animals well fed. The horse, we did get a report about one of the horses being malnourished. That was one of the horses that he brought onto his property from his neighbor who was not keeping him well, and has been sort of bringing that horse back up into health. I wish he was here tonight. We have been working with him fairly well, and we do recommend approval of this change of zone.
Any questions for Director Hand?
I do. So,
Mr. Jones?
Gunnar, when Janet first called this case earlier, I had mentioned that I had had conversation with Commissioner Townsend about this. I, like you, really wish that this petitioner had been here. I do understand that in some regard he's made some strides, but when you look at the key issues that are still ongoing, and the request being for a change of zone that is more permanent, and him not being here, all the back and forth, some constituent concerns, which in part came up in our conversation. I don't know if we can do something. While we appreciate some strides that he's made, I still see him not showing up as somewhat of a lack of commitment. And so I don't know if you have a suggestion on maybe carrying it over, but if not, my thought would be, deny it based on ongoing key issues at this point, and then him not showing up if you don't have an interim.
This is Gunnar, Director of Planning. I would err on the side of the applicant on this one and say that we hold this over and not deny it. There is one extenuating circumstance. We've been transitioning one of our staff out of permits into advanced planning work. And this was one of her last carryover cases, and she's been on vacation for the last 2 weeks. It could have been as simple as the furlough plus a miscommunication to not notify this applicant that they need to be here, which we tend to have to do, the day of the meeting on a regular basis. So I think that might be the case. I hope that's the case. So I would stick with that recommendation from staff.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Gunnar, because I know prior to you, I understand that he had worked with Rob and others. So I know there's some good faith effort, but I would.
Any further questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we hold this over based on the absence of the petitioner tonight.
I second.
Second.
Motion to hold over made by Commissioner Jones until the August meeting. Is that correct, Janet? Could you provide the date for that?
August 10th.
August 10th?
Correct.
Okay. And seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Is there any discussion on motion to hold over? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Ewing,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application for the applicant to be present next month passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once. Sorry, never mind. We're almost there.
Our next application is number SP-2020-36. Adrian Jasper with Elevate Enterprises LLC. Renewal of a special use permit for a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 7540 Armstrong Avenue. And just to refresh your memory, this permit did expire on January 25th.
Mr. Jasper, your representative, are you on the call? Anyone here to represent Mr. Jasper tonight? Seeing none, I'll go on to Director Hand for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So there have been no reported notices of violations on this property. We carried over the conditions from the previous approval, which included hours of operation, a security plan, and the provision of an ID reader for when the tavern does transition into kind of like a bar nightclub with live entertainment. We recommend approval for 2 years.
Any questions for the director? Any discussion? I'm sorry. Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Commissioner Jones,
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit passes 8 in favor and none opposed, subject to the stipulations.
thank you. This will be heard once again, July 30th, 7 p.m. in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Next application is SP-2020-46, Noah Wambui with Ideal Auto, renewal of a special use permit for a salvage yard and recycle used motor vehicle parts at 810 South 26th Street.
And this is Mr. Wambui.
Yes.
Mr. Wambui, are you in the audience tonight? Anyone here on behalf of Mr. Wambui? Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand for comment.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This would be the third renewal of this SUP. We are still seeing that the previous 2 approvals and the conditions thereof have not been met. As such, we are recommending approval for just 6 months so that they can basically make all of these changes that were previously agreed upon. At least they haven't proved to us that they've been completed or not. They include issues with the screening fence. Salvage yards have to have some sort of office, and currently they have an unpermitted shack. You can see the picture of it here. Certainly issues with this site. Additionally, there's some cracks in the concrete, and again, in the salvage yard, we're always looking out for fluids from the automobiles leaking, and so with cracks in the concrete, it could get into the the groundwater, as well as some issues around parking. Again, this one's a tough one. There's a lot of these lined up on this street, kind of a family of salvage yards along 26th Street as you're kind of going across the bridge towards the bridge to Argentine neighborhood. So we do recommend approval. Again, it's only for 6 months, but it covers all these existing conditions that we had asked for, as well as for them to update some of the issues we see in the property in terms of striping some of the parking and fixing the cracks and providing a properly screened fence. We have been working with Mr. Wambui. This one also was deferred, I want to say once or twice for non-responsiveness, but we did get a hold of him. He did provide us the information. From the last time we spoke with him, he did not agree with the 6 months, but we feel confident we need to have something under the gun here to move him forward with those previous conditions of approval.
I don't think we can approve him
Any questions for the director?
because I don't think he had a neighborhood meeting.
Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve for 6 months.
Second.
Hold on. Sorry, point of order, Mr. Carson. We were just looking through the file. He may not have had a public meeting. Hold on one second. Can you give us 1 minute to look through it real quick again?
Sure.
We're going to double check something.
not in here, but I'm pretty sure that he did.
Not find anything in the folders. I think that they did. I know that I spoke to this with the planner, but he's not with us tonight again because of the furloughs, so we can't speak to them. Would you be willing to put this off until August so we can confirm?
Mr. Jones, are you willing to rescind your withdraw your motion for approval based on comments from Director Hand?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Was that Commissioner Pauly? Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to hold over based on the comments from Director?
Make a motion to hold over based on comments from Director Hand.
Second.
Motion to hold over to the August meeting made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Pauly to get more information. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly, did you say aye?
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over until the August 10th meeting passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Okay, Janet, we have one last item.
Yes, we do. It is consideration of an emergency ordinance and resolution suspending enforcement of certain Chapter 27 sections and adding additional sections for Chapter 27.
So who's excited to talk about the zoning ordinance at 11 o'clock?
I don't see anyone jumping at it.
All right, I gotta. Yeah, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I'll go through this quickly. We did send it to you last Monday, so you'd had some time to review it. So if you have any questions, we can answer those at the end. But let me just go through this a little bit. Again, this is all about sort of our emergency responses. This is what we're calling sort of the phase 2 of this, of our responses to COVID-19, again, and getting into the spirit. Let me just show something. For those who didn't know this, in June, we passed an ordinance that amended and suspended enforcement of certain sections in Chapter 32 that basically allowed for sidewalk cafes, parklets, and the sales of goods in the public right-of-way setbacks and surplus off-street parking. Because the changes to Chapter 27 had to go through you, we essentially separated that from this one, and it kind of became our phase 2 of the COVID-19 responses. But I think it was fitting because it is a little different than sort of what we did through this bifold. This just another bit for your information. We've learned from some of the businesses who are already out there putting seating in their surplus off-street parking and some other uses in some parklets. For instance, I don't know if you guys have seen Slaps recently or Joe's Kansas City. There's a couple other businesses on 7th and as well as Central that are starting to migrate out into the public realm. We had a DRC review for one, a more semi-permanent one in the front yard setback, which we're going to make a small adjustment to the Board of the Commissioners later this month, as well as because of Slaps and others, they've asked if they could leave their outdoor seating there overnight, essentially through the end of the emergency ordinance, which is between adoption and the end of December with the option to extend. If you read anything in the news recently about COVID-19, the most dangerous place that you can be is inside of a restaurant with air circulating. So we're trying to promote and push people outside into the fresh air, al fresco, if you will. So because these have to go through Chapter 27, and come to you, we have a couple adjustments for this round 2 as it relates to farmers markets, mobile vending, i.e. food trucks, and mobile markets. They all carry with them the same sort of standard conditions. I'll go through the sort of standards of each one, but I wanted to just say up front that these all promote and sort of require social distancing, clearance for ADA, keeping things away from sight lines as well as fire hydrants and bus stops and things of that nature. So that's kind of blanket standards across the board for all of these uses. Specific to farmers markets, what we are essentially doing is allowing farmers markets to be in any zone for the period between that adoption and December 31st. We have added a administrative review. When I say they're allowed in all zones, they have to be in a surface parking lot somewhere within that zone. So we just wanted to make sure there's a double check from us of their site plan to make sure they're not blocking anything and there's no outstanding issues. We thought there was a lot of differences in how farmers markets are set up based on where they're at. And we also felt that there'd be so few potential farmers markets requested. There's only a few in the entire county that an administrative review could be done pretty quickly. We also waived their need for an annual agreement with our department. They still need a business license, and that business license requires a zoning review, which will trigger some sort of check with us. So we're still covering all the things that we used to be doing. We just cut out a little bit of paperwork to help streamline this for farmers markets. We have seen some interest, in particular a little bit earlier on, about farmers markets who want to show up, but as the code currently requires, they have to go through an SUP process if they're outside of the allowable zone and so on and so forth. So we basically throw all that out and say, we'll do an administrative review and you can go anywhere on a surface parking lot. For mobile vending, again, this is food trucks and food carts. This one's a little more expansive in terms of the standards. With this one as well, we see currently they're allowed only in commercial districts. We see no reason why we couldn't allow them in all districts with certain standards. So we broke it into essentially two phases. Again, some caveats before I go into the different zone types here is that if you're in a parking meter, you have to pay for that parking meter, but you can be there as long as you are within the hours of operation. So currently the code only allows you to be there for that 2 hours or whatever the parking requirement is, and then you got to move. So we're basically saying you can park there, you pay the meter, you can stay there as long as you want, so long as it meets the hours of operations as described. This one also, similar to farmers markets, requires an annual agreement with our department. Again, we don't see the need for that. They also require a business license. That business license triggers a review by the zoning, and then we can add any requirements as per this ordinance or others moving forward. So in ag and residential zones, we're holding them to 9 to 8 p.m. It must be in a parking lot, again, of a church, senior center, community center, or school, or you could be invited to a block party. Some of you may have heard this anecdotally, but a lot of these food trucks are getting invited to block parties out in residential neighborhoods. That is technically illegal. They cannot be in residential zones, but we see no reason why if you're invited to a block party, you can't park there and sit. So we extend for block parties from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. if they so choose, or you can be, if you're in a residential district, you can be there if you're adjacent to a park, subject to those parking requirements and other standards. So open and close of a park, basically. In commercial and industrial districts, we give a little bit more time and flexibility. Basically, all the food trucks that we've talked to in this process have said that they're, they don't really work all that often late at night in Wyandotte County. It's just not, that's not where the market is right now. But so we don't necessarily even see them operating towards 10 p.m., but we gave them the grace in case they need it. The only requirement and standard that we've placed in commercial industrial districts is you can't park your food truck in front of an existing food business. And that's it. The last one is for mobile markets. This is a picture of a mobile market as a push cart. There is currently only one mobile market in the entire UG, and that is the Dot Mobile Market. So we worked specifically with them on this change. They didn't ask for much. They wanted a little expansion of their hours of operation, just to give them a little more time to set up in different locations. Currently, they have an annual agreement with us for like 4 or 5 specific locations. But during COVID-19, they've been getting calls all over the county for them to show up because people are afraid to go to the market and they want the market to come to them and sell them. If they were to do that, they'd have to get an annual agreement and another SUP for each one of those locations. So with this ordinance, we're basically setting them free to go wherever they need to go within the same standards that we've already worked through with them before. Again, just with extended hours minus this annual agreement. And I'll save next steps after I answer your all's questions.
No question, Gunnar, just a comment. I'm glad to see that the UG is taking this approach. I know the hour is late, but given the current circumstances with the pandemic, I think having these options is the right way to go and strikes the right balance between supporting economic recovery, businesses being able to operate, while still striking the right balance with public health and safety. So appreciate the effort.
Now, Commissioner Jones speaking. Anyone else have any questions for the director? Seeing none, go ahead. Do you need a motion to approve the emergency resolution and ordinance?
I do, but do you mind if I just do next steps real quick?
Sure.
So one of the things that we're doing is we see this as sort of a pilot for the zoning code update. There's a lot of fixes in here that are very relevant to COVID-19 that, quite frankly, I don't see why we wouldn't incorporate it into the new zoning code if they test well. So we've been training code enforcement. We had a training last week that included code enforcement, police, and a couple health officers who are all empowered by this ordinance to enforce it. This, again, because this is so widespread and it includes such a diversity of typologies and uses and types, we're essentially asking for forgiveness, not permission, is kind of our approach on this, to expedite its rollout. So we are going to be out there looking and helping people adhere to our concerns as they're designing parklets or putting things out in parking lots, stopping by and touching base with people, making sure that they don't have any questions. That's part of our outreach campaign. But again, we'll be keeping track on how this is working, if there are issues being raised. And if we don't see any issues over the next, let's say, 6 months, I think a lot of these changes will potentially be incorporated into the zoning code update, which we'll talk about later when we get to the zoning code update. I mentioned the enforcement training. We're going to update the bifold if this one moves forward to include all of the uses that I just talked about. It might be an insert into the existing 11 by 17 fold. It might be its own standalone. We're not 100% sure. We're also working with a company that is offering us pro bono, basically information, a kit of parts, if you will, to build your own street furniture to fit into these parklets, off-street parking, or just, you know, tables you can roll out for while your food truck is set up. And so I think we're getting a lot of different outreach opportunities here and pushing that out with our communications team here at the UG. There is a third emergency ordinance that we're looking at in August that will not have to go through you all, but I just wanted to let you be informed about. We're looking at, this is happening a lot across the country as well. We're looking at potentially allowing allowing residential streets to be closed to through traffic, essentially giving people a 4 or 5 month long block party permit. Again, to allow for social distancing and safe streets for families and others to enjoy their own public right-of-way. A lot of communities, including Kansas City, Missouri, are doing this across the country. That one will also include special events updates. Currently, we don't allow special events to happen weekly. They have to happen bi-weekly, and we see no reason why some of these special events can't happen weekly. So that's what we'll come through with in August. And that is all it for next steps.
And you're asking for a motion to approve the emergency resolution and ordinance, is that correct?
Yes, and I'm just remembering because I see Mr. Waters' hand raised, there is one small change to the ordinance that we have to check. Patrick, can you help me with that one?
I can do, yeah. On 27-620 subsection 2, the term mobile vendor vehicles should instead read vending vehicles. We just need to make sure we have the right term there. And we can make that change before it goes to full commission.
Okay. Any questions for the director or for legal counsel? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance and resolution suspending enforcement of certain Chapter 27 sections and adding additional sections for Chapter 27 based on Director Hand's presentation with the inclusion of legal counsel Patrick Waters' amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Motion for approval with the amendment as noted, made by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion?
Excellent motion, Ms. Jones.
Seeing none.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst.
Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
I think we lost him.
I think we lost him.
okay. Ernst,
Aye.
Yui, Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Chairman, that motion to recommend approval with the one correction passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, will this be heard at the Board of Commissioners on July 30th?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anything else to come before the Planning Commission?
No.
Director?
Sorry, I have two quick things. I just want to let you guys know that our next meeting on August 10th will include a presentation by Interface Studio, our consultant who's doing the Central Area Master Plan. They'll have the draft plan ready to present to you all then, and we'll take your comments and fold those into the final plan. They'll also be going to the Board of Commissioners later that month. I think it's August 29th. And then also I've started to receive, well, I shouldn't say that. I've received one proposal for someone to help us out with the commissioner training. It's been crickets everywhere else that I've looked for. So I need to confirm with the CAO and others if we can move forward with just that one after reaching out to several folks for their assistance. And so we hope to do that in potentially August as well. Again, we were looking for a date in July, but because of the furlough, we asked if that could get pushed to August. So if we can find a date in August that would work for you, that's a non-commission hearing meeting date, I think we will be able to move forward in August.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, great. Anybody else have anything? Thank you all for your patience. I knew this was going to be a long one with the Woodlands hearing, but I appreciate your patience and hanging in there. Everyone from the public as well. Thank you all. We'll see you next month.
Right.
Good night.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Go home, Janet.